Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Tonight's story begins inside a church in the city of Jerusalem on a quiet morning in the spring of the year 1229, where a Holy Roman Emperor named Frederick II stood alone in front of an altar, in front of a crown that no priest in the entire Christian world had been willing to place on his own head, and picked it up himself, and set it there with his own two hands, becoming, in that single, unattended and rather awkward gesture, the king of the very city. This whole crusading movement had spent 4 campaigns and a full century and a quarter trying and mostly failing to recover, and doing it without a single Christian soldier having drawn a sword against a single Muslim defender anywhere in the whole campaign that had just delivered it to him. There was no archbishop present to anoint him, because the nearest bishop of any real standing had already declared in writing that he would sooner see the crown left sitting on the altar forever than lower it onto the head of an excommunicated man, and there was no crowd of cheering pilgrims pressing in against the church doors the way legend likes to imagine such moments unfolding, because the Patriarch of Jerusalem himself had placed the entire city under interdict only days earlier, specifically on account of Frederick's own presence within its own walls, so that the single most celebrated crusading achievement in 100 years, achieved by treaty rather than by siege, achieved without a single fresh grave dug for it, was received by the very institution that had spent a century and a quarter calling men east to die for exactly this outcome, not with bells and thanksgiving, but with a formal ecclesiastical silence loud enough to be heard across the whole of Christendom, to understand how an emperor came to be standing in that church, alone, crowning himself with his own hands while formally cut off from the church, whose crusade this technically still was. We have to go back nearly a decade and a half, past the very campaign this channel has already told you about in full in another story told in this room, the Fifth Crusade, the one that watched a Spanish cardinal named Pelagius twice refuse an Egyptian sultan's own genuinely extraordinary offer to hand back Jerusalem, and instead lost everything that Crusade had won in the flooded fields around a town called Mansoura. That earlier failure matters enormously to tonight's story, not because we are going to retell it in full, but because the promise hanging over the whole of that earlier campaign, the one this channel has already shown you Pelagius clinging to as his own justification for holding out, was a promise made by the very same emperor whose own crown now sat unclaimed on an altar in Jerusalem, a promise to come east in person at the head of a massive reinforcing army that Frederick II made first in 1215, and did not actually keep in any form resembling what he had promised for 13 long years, years during which an entire crusade rose, fought, negotiated, and collapsed while waiting for him. We're not going to rush past that long and complicated debt tonight, tempting as it is to leap straight to the treaty and the crown, and the strange silent church where this story's own central irony actually crystallizes, because the Sixth Crusade only actually makes sense, only tells us anything true about how a single emperor could achieve, through nothing more dramatic than patient conversation, the one prize 4 previous armies had bled for and failed to keep, once we understand exactly how thoroughly that same achievement offended nearly everyone who ought, by any reasonable accounting, to have been celebrating it. This is a story about a crusade that recovered Jerusalem and was treated by a considerable portion of the very Christendom that had prayed for its recovery as something closer to a scandal than a triumph. And it is a story, too, about a man whose own genuine intellectual brilliance and genuine diplomatic skill were never quite enough, in the eyes of the institution he answered to outweigh the plain fact that he had won this particular war while formally standing outside the church that had declared it holy in the first place. Let us say the thesis plainly, here at the very beginning, the way we like to on this channel, so you know the shape of the long night ahead of you. This is a story about the gap, sometimes very wide and sometimes almost unbearably narrow, between actually winning something and being permitted to be believed to have won it. About an emperor who achieved, through a single patient negotiation, the near exact terms a legate had twice refused 8 years earlier at the cost of an entire army's own hard-won gains, and who discovered, upon finally achieving them, that a victory purchased through diplomacy rather than through blood satisfied almost no one who had spent a century and a quarter being told that only blood could properly purchase it. It is a story about a marriage arranged to solve one problem that quietly created several new ones, about a pope with none of his own predecessors' patience, about a sultan managing a family crisis eerily similar to the one this channel has already shown you, nearly costing his own throne a decade earlier, about a crown that sat for one long and genuinely strange morning, entirely unclaimed because no man holy enough to lift it was willing to touch the hands that had earned it, and about a peace that would last in the end for barely 10 years before the very walls this story is going to spend tonight describing standing empty proved, once again, exactly how much an undefended city is actually worth holding on to. And it is a story we will keep returning to as an image of that same crown, resting on that same altar, in that same quiet church, waiting for a hand no one trusted enough to lift it, and of what it actually means to win something that the people who sent you to win it refuse, for reasons entirely their own, to call a victory at all. Before we drift into the rest of this story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and if you have a spare moment and it feels right. This channel is trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you who takes that quiet, small step actually helps this little corner of the internet keep going. And if you would like to watch these stories a little earlier than everyone else, the newest episodes now go up first over on Spotify for creators before they ever reach this channel, and the link to follow along there is sitting in the description below, waiting for whenever you feel like finding it. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments. It helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the night, and there is something pleasant about knowing that somewhere far away, a stranger is settling under the same dark sky, listening to the same slow story, carrying their own day, whatever it held, into the same quiet, unhurried dark this whole channel exists to offer you. So get comfortable. Let your shoulders sink into the bed, settle in for a long and unhurried night, and let yourself ease into the story of the Sixth Crusade, the campaign that actually recovered Jerusalem without a single further drop of blood spilled for it, led by a man whose own church spent years insisting his victory did not count. A story that began, as so many of the stories told in this room begin, not on a battlefield at all, but at a wedding. A marriage arranged to solve a problem it only made worse. It was in the summer of 1225, only a handful of years after the Fifth Crusade's own catastrophic collapse in the floodwaters around Mansoura, that Hermann von Salza, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights, and by this point one of the single most trusted intermediaries operating between the imperial court and the papal one, finally succeeded in arranging the marriage this whole story has already told you, in passing, in an earlier account told in this room, the union of Frederick II, Emperor-elect of Germany and reigning King of Sicily, to Isabella of Jerusalem, the young daughter and only heir of John of Brienne. The same John of Brienne this channel has already shown you, spending years defending a crown that barely governed anything beyond a handful of fortified port cities, and warning, in vain, against the very advance into the Nile Delta that had cost that crusade everything it had won. It is worth pausing on why this same marriage was arranged in the first place, because Pope Honorius III, still presiding over a church that had watched one entire crusade collapse while waiting for Frederick's own promised reinforcements, believed with real and understandable conviction that binding Frederick's own considerable imperial resources directly to the Crusader kingdom's own royal bloodline through marriage might finally accomplish what 6 years of increasingly desperate papal letters had failed to accomplish on their own, giving the emperor a personal dynastic stake in the Holy Land's own survival that no abstract crusading vow, however solemnly sworn, had ever quite managed to produce. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific and rather humiliating way this same marriage actually played out for John of Brienne himself, because John, who had travelled to Europe in the years following the Fifth Crusade's own collapse partly to seek exactly this kind of renewed Western support for his own increasingly fragile kingdom, had understood the arrangement, going in, as one in which he himself would retain the actual crown of Jerusalem for the remainder of his own life, with Frederick's own eventual succession to that same crown deferred until John's own death, and understanding several surviving accounts describe John holding with real and reasonable confidence right up until the wedding itself, celebrated at Brindisi in November of 1225 with a splendour several contemporary chroniclers describe as genuinely spectacular, even by the standards of a Hohenstaufen court already famous across Christendom for its own considerable extravagance. It is worth naming plainly what happened almost immediately afterward, because Frederick, within days of the ceremony itself, began styling himself King of Jerusalem in his own right, a title several contemporary sources suggest he had never actually agreed to defer in the way John believed had been settled, and John, arriving at his own new son-in-law's court expecting to be received as a reigning monarch and a valued ally, found himself instead treated, by several accounts, with a coolness bordering on outright dismissal. A king whose own crown had just been quietly and effectively taken from him by the very marriage he'd arranged specifically to secure his own kingdom's future. It is worth pausing briefly on how genuinely and how permanently this same betrayal, if betrayal is the right word for what several modern historians describe as, at best, a catastrophic misunderstanding between two men who had never actually spoken the specific terms allowed to one another in the same room, shaped John of Brienne's own subsequent path, because John, humiliated at what he understood as a plain theft of the only inheritance his own years of thankless service defending a crumbling frontier kingdom had actually earned him, left Frederick's own court within the year, travelled to Rome and placed himself with an intensity several accounts describe as genuinely bitter in the service of the very papacy whose own earlier arrangement had cost him his crown, a decision this whole story is going to ask you to remember quietly across the many months of negotiation and crusade still ahead of us tonight, because a man this story has already shown you in an earlier account told in this room, warning wisely against one catastrophic Egyptian advance would go on, within only a few years of losing his own crown to this same son-in-law, to lead an army of his own directly against him. It is worth pausing too on Isabella herself, the young queen whose own marriage set this entire chain of events in motion, because she occupies one of the more genuinely sorrowful and genuinely overlooked positions in this whole story. A girl of only about 13 years at the time of her own wedding, married to a man considerably older and considerably more worldly than herself, transported almost immediately from the modest court of a titular kingdom she had scarcely had occasion to actually govern into the far grander and far more crowded court of a Hohenstaufen emperor already surrounded by his own considerable retinue of counsellors, mistresses, and competing political interests, and it is worth naming honestly that Isabella would go on to die only 4 years later, in the spring of 1228, shortly after giving birth to the son, Conrad, who would eventually inherit both his own father's imperial ambitions and his own mother's contested claim to Jerusalem. A young queen whose own brief life this story is going to ask you to hold in mind once we reach the Crusade. Her own marriage had been arranged years earlier, specifically to help make possible. It is worth pausing briefly on the considerably harder edge several surviving accounts attached to Isabella's own brief marriage, because a number of chroniclers, writing from within the Crusader state's own local society, rather than from Frederick's own court, describe the young queen's own actual daily life at her husband's side as considerably lonelier and considerably more constrained than her own formal title as Empress and Queen might suggest to a listener unfamiliar with the realities of a 13th century royal marriage. Several accounts describing Frederick keeping Isabella largely confined to the women's quarters of his own Sicilian palaces, attended by his own chosen household, rather than by the companions and advisers she had actually brought with her from her own father's court. An isolation several modern historians read as entirely consistent with the wider pattern this story has already shown you. An emperor who treated his own marriage, like his own crown of Jerusalem, considerably more as an instrument of his own personal and dynastic advancement than as a genuine partnership. A hard and rather sorrowful coda to a marriage this whole Crusade's own eventual success was, in its own strange way, actually built upon. It is worth pausing at real length on the specific legal and dynastic fiction this same marriage produced, because it would go on to shape nearly every major decision of the Crusade still ahead of us tonight, since Frederick's own claim to the throne of Jerusalem rested in the strictest reading of the Crusader kingdom's own inherited legal custom, not on his own person at all, but on his own marriage to Isabella and, after her own death in childbirth, on his own guardianship of their infant son Conrad, a legal nicety that several of the kingdom's own surviving baronage, the same accumulated local families this channel has already described possessing a depth of practical experience no newly arrived crusader from Europe could easily match, understood with rather more precision than Frederick himself by several accounts, ever seemed entirely willing to acknowledge, an emperor who would go on to conduct an entire crusade and an entire coronation, as though the crown he wore were fully and permanently his own rather than held in trust on behalf of a son not yet old enough to walk. It is worth pausing briefly on Hermann von Salza's own particular role in actually assembling this same marriage, because the Teutonic Grand Master this story is going to return to again and again across the whole of tonight's telling had already, by 1225, spent years quietly working to repair the always fragile relationship between Frederick and the papacy, and it was Hermann, according to several surviving accounts, who first proposed the marriage to both parties as a genuine solution to a genuine and mutual problem. A churchman diplomat who understood, with real clarity, that Honorius wanted Frederick bound to the Holy Land by something considerably more permanent than a repeatedly broken vow, and that John of Brienne, aging and increasingly weary after years of defending a kingdom that never seemed to receive the reinforcement it actually needed, wanted some assurance that his own daughter's inheritance would not simply be left to the same uncertain fate his own reign had already suffered. It is worth naming briefly the Teutonic Knights themselves as an institution, because this channel has not yet had occasion to describe them in any real detail across its earlier crusading stories told in this room, a military order founded considerably later than the Templars or the Hospitallers, during the Third Crusade's own siege of Acre, originally established to care for German-speaking pilgrims and soldiers too poor or too injured to be looked after by the older, wealthier military orders, and grown by the time of this story into a genuinely significant military and landholding power in its own right, an order whose own institutional identity remained, throughout its own history, considerably more closely bound to the German imperial crown than either of its older and more famous counterparts. A loyalty that explains, better than any purely personal explanation could, exactly why Hermann von Salza proved willing to stand beside Frederick through every single humiliation and every single controversy this story has spent tonight describing. When the Templars and Hospitallers, institutionally bound to Rome rather than to any single secular crown, felt no comparable obligation to do the same. It is worth pausing too on how this same match was actually received among the Crusader state's own local baronage at the moment it was first announced, because a marriage negotiated almost entirely in Europe between a pope in Rome and an emperor in Sicily, over the head of a young queen who had scarcely set foot outside the narrow strip of territory her own family still governed, struck a number of the kingdom's own long-settled noble families. This channel has already described understanding the fragility of any negotiated settlement in this region, with a depth of experience no newcomer could easily match, as one more instance of European powers treating their own kingdom's future as a bargaining chip to be traded in negotiations that never once consulted the people who would actually have to live with the outcome. A quiet resentment that would go on to colour the Crusader state's own reception of Frederick himself once he finally did arrive to claim what this same marriage had promised him. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same resentment echoes a complaint this channel has already traced across more than one of its own earlier crusading stories told in this room, the recurring and rather uncomfortable pattern of the Crusader state's own local population, the people who actually had to live, day to day, with whatever settlement Europe's own distant kings and popes eventually negotiated on their behalf, finding their own considered local judgment repeatedly overridden by outside powers who bore comparatively little of the actual ongoing cost of getting that judgment wrong. A pattern. This whole crusading movement's own 2-century history illustrates again and again from the barons this channel has already described, advising Richard the Lionheart against his own eventual march on Jerusalem during the Third Crusade, to the local nobility this same story is about to show you receiving Frederick himself with such open and justified skepticism. It is worth naming, briefly, what actually became of Isabella's own inheritance once her infant son Conrad had grown old enough, in principle, to claim it, because Frederick, having ruled in Conrad's name as regent for years following Isabella's own death, would go on to treat the Kingdom of Jerusalem for the remainder of his own life as an extension of his own personal and imperial authority rather than as a trust genuinely held on his own son's behalf, a pattern several modern historians of the Crusader states describe as functionally indistinguishable from outright possession, whatever the kingdom's own inherited legal custom technically required, and one that would leave Conrad himself, once he reached adulthood, a king in name who, exactly like his own maternal grandfather John before him, never actually set foot in the kingdom he nominally ruled at all. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same absentee pattern would go on to shape the Crusader kingdom's own remaining decades of existence, because a kingdom governed across 2 consecutive generations by rulers who held the crown without ever actually residing in it. First Frederick and then Conrad, in turn, left the day-to-day business of local government increasingly in the hands of appointed regents, and in practice in the hands of exactly the kind of locally rooted baronial families this story has already described the Ibelins belonging to. A slow and largely unplanned transfer of real governing authority away from the crown's own distant absentee holder and toward the kingdom's own resident nobility, that several modern historians of the Crusader states regard as one of the more consequential and least remarked upon long-term legacies of this whole marriage. An outcome neither Honorius, arranging the match in the hope of binding Frederick more closely to the Holy Land, nor John of Brienne, arranging it in the hope of securing his own daughter's future, had any particular reason to actually foresee, a wonder of the world, raised in a kingdom of three faiths. It is worth pausing briefly on Frederick himself, because this channel has already told you something of his own remarkable upbringing in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, a Sicilian childhood spent as an effectively orphaned ward of the papacy in the multicultural, multilingual court of Palermo, fluent by most contemporary accounts in Latin, German, French, Greek and Arabic alike. A background contemporaries summed up in the admiring and slightly uneasy epithet Stupa Mundi, the wonder of the world, and it is worth pausing tonight on a little more of what that same upbringing actually produced in the grown man who would go on to negotiate this crusade, because Frederick's own court by the 1220s had become, by nearly every surviving account, one of the single most intellectually vibrant gathering places anywhere in Christendom, a place where Sicilian, Greek and Arabic scholars worked alongside one another, translating and debating philosophy, medicine and mathematics, where the Muslim colony Frederick himself had relocated to the inland Italian town of Lucera, continued to practice its own faith openly under his own direct royal protection, and where a mathematician named Leonardo of Pisa, better remembered today by the name Fibonacci, had already dedicated one of his own considerable works to the young king some years before this crusade ever sailed. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same intellectual formation shaped the specific and rather unusual style of governance Frederick had already begun imposing on his own Sicilian kingdom in the years leading up to this crusade, because Frederick, unlike a great many of his own royal contemporaries across Christendom, took a genuinely close and hands-on personal interest in the actual administrative machinery of his own realm, drawing on the considerably more centralised bureaucratic traditions of the old Norman and Byzantine administrations that had governed Sicily before him, a habit of direct, meticulous personal rule that several modern historians have suggested prepared Frederick, rather better than any previous crusading monarch this channel has described, across its earlier stories told in this room, to actually sit down and personally negotiate the fine print of a genuinely complicated treaty, rather than simply delegating that same work to distant legates and translators, the way Pelagius's own crusade, only a few years earlier, had so catastrophically attempted to do. It's worth pausing briefly on how uneasily this same cosmopolitan formation sat alongside Frederick's own formal identity as a crusading emperor, because a considerable number of churchmen across Christendom, this channel has already noted in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, found a Christian ruler this personally comfortable within Islamic intellectual culture more than a little unsettling, even before he had done anything specific to earn their own suspicion, and it is worth pausing on how directly that same unease would go on to colour nearly every account, favourable and hostile alike, of the actual crusade this story is about to describe, a ruler whose own genuine curiosity about the civilization he was nominally setting out to fight read, to some contemporaries, as the mark of an unusually wise and unusually capable negotiator, and to others, as evidence of a faith worn rather more loosely than a crusading emperor's faith was generally expected to be worn at all. It is worth pausing at some length on the town of Lucera itself, because it offers, in miniature, the single clearest physical illustration of exactly what kind of ruler this same upbringing had actually produced. An inland Apulian settlement Frederick had populated, across the years leading up to this crusade, with a considerable Muslim population relocated there from the island of Sicily itself, where a stubborn Muslim resistance movement in the island's own western hills had spent decades resisting the steady Christianization of a territory their own families had called home for generations under earlier Norman and Islamic rule alike, and rather than simply exterminate or forcibly convert this same resistant population, as several of his own royal contemporaries elsewhere in Christendom might well have done, Frederick relocated them wholesale to Lucera, where they continued to practice their own faith openly, build their own mosques, and, in time, supply Frederick's own royal army with a body of Muslim soldiers and archers several surviving accounts describe as fiercely loyal to the emperor personally, precisely because his own protection was, in practical terms, the only thing standing between them and the considerably less tolerant treatment the wider Christian world of this period generally extended to Muslim communities living within its own borders. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how this same relocation actually came about, because it followed, rather than preceded, a series of genuinely brutal military campaigns Frederick's own royal forces conducted across the western hills of Sicily in the years before this crusade, campaigns aimed at finally suppressing the last organised Muslim resistance to Christian royal authority on the island, a resistance rooted, several modern historians note, in decades of accumulated grievance over broken promises and steadily eroding religious tolerance stretching back through the reigns of Frederick's own royal predecessors, so that Lucera's own later reputation for relatively tolerant coexistence rested, at its own origin, on a considerably harder foundation of conquest and forced resettlement, a detail this channel offers not to undercut the genuine and comparatively unusual tolerance. Frederick would go on to extend this same relocated population once they had actually arrived. But to hold, in the same two hands, this story has already tried to hold several other figures up in tonight. The fact that even Frederick's own most genuinely admirable policy of religious coexistence began in violence before it settled, over time, into something closer to genuine mutual accommodation. It is worth naming briefly one further and genuinely striking product of this same intellectual court, because Frederick, in the years surrounding this crusade, was also engaged in composing his own treatise on falconry, a lengthy and remarkably careful work of natural observation known by its own Latin title as De Arte Venandi cum a Vibus, on the art of hunting with birds, a text several modern historians of science describe as genuinely ahead of its own time in its own systematic empirical approach to observing and describing animal behaviour, drawing, in no small part, on Arabic falconry manuals Frederick had commissioned translated specifically for his own use, a scholarly hobby that tells us something real about the particular cast of mind Frederick would go on to bring to his own negotiations with Al-Kamil's court, a ruler who preferred careful, patient empirical observation to received wisdom in nearly every corner of his own considerable intellectual life, war very much included. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same empirical temperament shaped Frederick's own reputation among his own contemporaries, because a ruler this genuinely committed to observing the natural world for himself, rather than simply accepting inherited authority on faith, struck a considerable number of his own more conventionally minded churchmen as suspicious in ways that went beyond his own well-documented curiosity about Islamic learning, several surviving accounts describing whispered accusations, never formally proven and never seriously pursued in any court of law, that Frederick harboured genuinely heterodox, private views about the nature of religious faith itself, accusations several modern historians treat with real scepticism as the kind of vague, unverifiable slander political enemies commonly levelled at inconvenient rulers throughout this whole medieval period, but ones that nonetheless coloured, in ways this story has already shown you across tonight's telling, exactly how prepared a considerable portion of Christendom already was to view anything Frederick achieved, Crusade included, with an extra and rather unearned measure of suspicion. It is worth pausing too on the specific administrative machinery Frederick had already begun building across his own Sicilian kingdom in these same years, a body of trained legal scholars and salaried officials drawn from a new royal school at Naples. Frederick himself had founded specifically to train them, administrators who owed their own position and their own loyalty directly to the crown rather than to any local feudal lord, a genuinely early and genuinely sophisticated experiment in centralized bureaucratic government that several modern historians regard as considerably ahead of nearly anything else operating in Western Europe at this same period, and one that would go on in the years immediately following this crusade to produce the constitutions of Melfi, a comprehensive legal code several scholars describe as one of the single most important works of medieval statecraft this entire era ever produced, a habit of careful, systematic written administration that Frederick brought with him, quite visibly, into the considerably less systematic and considerably more improvised business of negotiating a crusade. It is worth naming briefly one small but genuinely telling detail of how this same Sicilian administration actually operated on a day-to-day basis, because Frederick's own royal chancery, the office responsible for drafting and issuing his own government's formal documents, employed scribes capable of producing official correspondence in Latin, Greek, and Arabic alike, sometimes within the very same document, a trilingual bureaucratic practice inherited from the considerably older Norman and Byzantine administrative traditions this story has already gestured toward, and one that gave Frederick's own government a genuinely unusual and genuinely practical fluency in exactly the kind of cross-cultural diplomatic correspondence his own eventual negotiation with Al-Kamil's court would go on to require, a habit of government this channel finds worth naming plainly, that had nothing whatsoever to do with crusading, and everything to do with quietly equipping the emperor who would eventually negotiate this crusade with exactly the practical tools he needed to actually conduct it. A vow made twice, and broken twice before it was ever kept. It is worth pausing at real length on the actual formal promise Frederick had made to lead a crusade in person, because he had first sworn it publicly at his own coronation, as King of the Romans in Aachen in 1215, the very same year as the Fourth Lateran Council this channel has already described in the story of the Fifth Crusade, a vow renewed with genuine and repeated public solemnity across the following decade, even as the crusade he had promised to lead departed for Egypt, fought and collapsed entirely without him. It is worth pausing at real length on what actually kept Frederick occupied in Europe across the whole of this same decade, because the delay this story is about to describe in careful detail was never simply a matter of a reluctant or forgetful king dragging his own feet. Frederick spending these same years locked in a genuinely difficult and genuinely consequential struggle to actually secure and consolidate the two considerably different crowns his own inheritance had left him. The kingdom of Sicily in the south, inherited directly from his own mother, and the kingship of Germany, and the wider imperial title in the north, a dual inheritance no single Hohenstaufen ruler before him had ever actually managed to hold and govern together with any real success. A challenge that occupied Frederick's own attention and his own considerable administrative energy in ways a simple crusading vow, however solemnly sworn, could not easily override. It is worth pausing too on the specific and increasingly bitter conflict this same consolidation produced with the independent city republics of northern Italy, several of them organised by this stage into a renewed version of the same Lombard League. This channel is already gestured toward in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, a coalition of prosperous self-governing cities, Milan chief among them, whose own considerable wealth and whose own hard-won tradition of local self-rule made them deeply and understandably resistant to any renewed attempt by a Hohenstaufen emperor to reassert direct imperial authority over their own affairs. A resistance rooted in decades of earlier conflict this whole region had already fought out, at great cost, against Frederick's own grandfather Barbarossa a full 2 generations earlier. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same northern Italian conflict actually interfered with Frederick's own crusading timeline, because an emperor who could not first secure safe passage of troops and resources through his own nominal Italian territories and who could not risk leaving his own southern Sicilian kingdom exposed to opportunistic Lombard aggression, while the bulk of his own military strength sailed east, faced a genuinely difficult and genuinely legitimate strategic problem entirely apart from any simple personal reluctance to actually go, a problem several of Frederick's own contemporary defenders raised at the time as a genuine mitigating circumstance the papacy's own increasingly impatient letters rarely acknowledged with anything like the same seriousness. It is worth pausing too on how this same tension between Frederick's own Italian ambitions and his own crusading obligations would go on to shape the whole of his own later reign, because the conflict with the Lombard cities, far from resolving itself during the years this story is about to describe, would continue in various forms for the remainder of Frederick's own life, eventually erupting into open and sustained warfare in the decade following his own return from this crusade, a struggle this channel may yet have occasion to trace in a future story of its own, and one that makes plain, in hindsight, exactly how much of Frederick's own attention this whole crusading vow was always competing against. A king trying, across the entire span of this story's own telling, to hold together two considerably different inheritances at once, with a crusade sitting, for the better part of a decade, as only one demand among several genuinely pressing ones. It is worth pausing too on the specific and considerably harsher terms attached to that same vow in the summer of 1225, only months before his own wedding to Isabella, because Pope Honorius III, having watched Frederick's own promised departure slip past deadline after deadline for a full decade, extracted from him, at a formal agreement concluded at San Germano, a genuinely severe new commitment, a fixed departure date now set for August of 1227, a pledge to maintain a substantial force of 1,000 knights in the Holy Land for a full 2 years at his own expense, and a bond of 100,000 ounces of gold, an almost unimaginable sum for the period, to be formally forfeited to the church should Frederick once again fail to actually sail, together with the explicit and unambiguous threat of automatic excommunication attached to any further delay. It is worth pausing, briefly, on why Honorius, a considerably gentler and considerably more patient man than the Pope who would go on to succeed him, had finally agreed to attach a penalty this severe to an emperor's own crusading vow, because the memory of the Fifth Crusade's own collapse, an army that this channel has already shown you waiting years for reinforcements that never actually arrived in any meaningful strength, still weighed heavily enough on the wider crusading movement's own institutional memory that even a pope generally disinclined toward forceful confrontation with secular rulers concluded by 1225 that only the genuine threat of excommunication itself carried enough weight to finally move an emperor who had by that point spent a full decade offering sincere-sounding promises that had produced, in strict practical terms, almost nothing at all. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the sheer span of ordinary human time this same repeated delay actually swallowed, because a considerable number of the men finally gathering at Brindisi in the summer of 1227 had first taken the cross for this exact crusade more than a decade earlier. In the immediate wake of the Fourth Lateran Council itself, young men in their own 20s who arrived at the muster now, more than 12 years later, considerably older, several accounts note, and in more than one documented case, no longer able to attend at all, having died of age or illness in the long intervening years while waiting for an emperor's own promised departure that kept receding year after year into an ever more distant future. A reminder this channel has already offered in other stories told in this room, that a vow sworn in a moment of genuine and youthful conviction does not always find the same man, or find him still living at all, waiting to actually fulfill it when the moment for fulfillment finally comes. It is worth pausing, at some length, on the actual departure Frederick finally did attempt in the late summer of 1227, because a genuinely substantial fleet did in fact assemble at Brindisi that August, carrying, by several surviving estimates, a considerable army drawn from across Germany and Sicily alike, including a prominent contingent led by Ludwig IV, Landgrave of Thuringia, a nobleman whose own crusading enthusiasm several contemporary accounts describe as genuine and considerable, and it is worth pausing with real sorrow on what actually happened to that same assembled army in the punishing summer heat of the Apulian coast. Because of virulent disease, several modern medical historians suspect typhus, though the surviving sources are not precise enough to say with certainty, swept through the crowded assembly camp before the fleet had even properly departed, killing a considerable number of soldiers and pilgrims still waiting to board ship, and claiming, within only days of the fleet's own actual departure, the life of Ludwig of Thuringia himself, who died at sea or shortly after, landing at the nearby port of Otranto, a loss several contemporary accounts describe as devastating to the morale of the entire assembled crusade. It is worth pausing too on Frederick's own condition during these same catastrophic days, because the emperor himself, according to nearly every surviving account on both sides of the bitter controversy that followed, fell seriously ill with the same disease that had already killed Ludwig and a considerable number of ordinary soldiers, so seriously that Frederick's own physicians, several accounts suggest, genuinely feared for his own life. And it was this same illness, rather than any lack of genuine intention to actually sail, that forced Frederick to turn back to Otranto only days after his own fleet's departure, sending the bulk of his own assembled army onward toward the east, under separate command, while he himself remained behind in Italy to recover, a decision that would, within only weeks, prove the single most consequential of his own entire reign, though not for any reason Frederick himself could have anticipated, while he still lay genuinely and seriously unwell. It is worth pausing, briefly, on Ludwig of Thuringia's own family, because his own wife, left a young widow by his own death at Otranto, was Elizabeth of Hungary, a princess already, by this point in her own short life, developing the reputation for radical personal charity and radical personal poverty that would go on, within only a handful of years of her own husband's death, to see her canonized as one of the most beloved saints of the entire later medieval period, a grieving widow who responded to news of her own husband's death on crusade not with the kind of bitter recrimination several of Frederick's own critics back in Germany voiced on Ludwig's behalf, but by giving away, according to several surviving accounts, an even larger share of her own considerable wealth to the poor than she had already been given away before, a small and genuinely moving footnote this channel offers because it reminds us, the way this channel has tried to remind you in other stories told in this room, that even the driest diplomatic catastrophe, a fleet delayed, an illness contracted, a departure aborted, still landed in the end on real households and real grief. It is worth naming briefly exactly how Elizabeth herself is remembered today, because she would go on, in the few remaining years of her own short life, to found hospitals and to personally care for the sick and the poor of Marburg with her own hands, a devotion several of her own contemporaries found genuinely startling in a woman of her own royal rank, dying herself at only 24, a mere 4 years after her own husband's death on this same crusade, and canonized only 4 years after that. One of the fastest formal canonizations this whole medieval church ever conducted. A widow whose own grief at losing a husband to Frederick's own long-delayed crusade transformed, within the space of a single decade, into one of the most enduring and most widely venerated examples of practical Christian charity the entire later Middle Ages would go on to produce, a quiet human thread running from a disease-ravaged camp on the Apulian coast, all the way to hospital wards that, in one form or another, several modern institutions bearing her own name still trace their own origin back to today. It is worth pausing, too, on the actual physical experience of that same disease-ravaged camp at Brindisi, because several surviving accounts describe conditions in the final weeks before the fleet's own departure that verged on genuine catastrophe even before a single ship had left port. Thousands of soldiers, pilgrims and camp followers crowded into makeshift quarters along a stretch of Apulian coastline never designed to support a gathering on anything like this scale, drinking water drawn from wells. Several later accounts suspect had already grown genuinely contaminated by the sheer press of human and animal waste accumulating around them, and a summer heat several chroniclers describe in terms not unlike the genuine physical astonishment this channel has already shown you Crusader soldiers expressing about the heat of the Egyptian delta during the Fifth Crusade, conditions that made some kind of epidemic outbreak, in hindsight, considerably less surprising than it apparently felt to the men actually living through it at the time. It is worth pausing, at some length, on what actually keeping a crusading army assembled and provisioned at Brindisi for the better part of an entire summer season genuinely cost, because this channel has already described, in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, the ruinous financial burden a crusading vow could place on knights of only modest means, and the same basic arithmetic applied with equal, and in some respects even greater, force to the considerably larger and considerably more centrally organised muster. Frederick himself was attempting to hold together at Brindisi, a fleet and an army requiring a continuous supply of grain, fresh water and fodder for the horses this whole assembled force depended on, drawn from Frederick's own already considerable Sicilian treasury, and from the surrounding Apulian countryside's own agricultural surplus, a strain several surviving Sicilian financial records describe growing genuinely severe across the weeks. The fleet's own actual departure kept slipping later and later into the summer. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same financial strain fed back into the disaster that followed, because an army held in a fixed encampment considerably longer than originally planned, drawing on provisions and water supplies calculated for a shorter muster, faced exactly the kind of sanitary and nutritional strain several modern epidemiologists identify as a near-universal precondition for the kind of rapid camp-wide disease outbreak that ultimately killed Ludwig of Thuringia and a considerable number of ordinary soldiers, a reminder this channel has already offered in other stories told in this room, that the grand strategic decisions of kings and popes very often produce their own most devastating consequences, not on any battlefield at all, but in the mundane, unglamorous arithmetic of how long a fixed number of wells and granaries can actually support a fixed number of hungry, thirsty, and increasingly restless men. A pope with none of his predecessors' patience. It is worth pausing, at real length, on the specific and rather unfortunate timing of this same illness, because Honorius III, the gentle and administratively minded pope this channel has already described succeeding Innocent III in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, had died in March of 1227, only months before Frederick's own aborted departure, and had been succeeded by a considerably older, considerably more rigid, and by nearly every contemporary account considerably less patient churchman, Ugolino de' Conti, who took the name Gregory IX, a career papal administrator and canon lawyer already well into his own 70s at the moment of his own election, and one whose own personal relationship with Frederick, stretching back years before either man had reached his own current office, had already grown genuinely strained over a series of earlier disputes about the emperor's own conduct in Sicily and in northern Italy. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same personal history shaped Gregory's own reaction to Frederick's own aborted crusade, because a considerably gentler pope, one perhaps inclined to credit an emperor's own genuine and well-documented physical illness as sufficient explanation for a return to port, might well have granted Frederick the kind of patient extension Honorius himself had, across a full decade of repeated delays, generally been willing to extend. But Gregory, already deeply and personally suspicious of an emperor he had watched, across years of earlier disputes, repeatedly test the limits of papal authority in Italy, chose instead to treat this latest delay not as misfortune but as the final, unforgivable instance of a decade-long pattern of broken promises, and excommunicated Frederick formally in September of 1227, only weeks after the emperor's own return to Otranto, an act several modern historians describe as genuinely severe, given the specific and well-attested circumstances of Frederick's own illness, and one that Frederick himself, in a lengthy public letter addressed not to the Pope but directly to the assembled crowned heads of Christendom, a genuinely striking piece of medieval political communication several modern historians treat as an early and unusually sophisticated example of appealing over an institution's own head to its own wider constituency, characterized as an act of personal spite dressed up in the language of canon law. It is worth pausing too on the specific content of that same public letter, because Frederick, rather than simply defending his own conduct in the narrow terms of church procedure, framed his own excommunication as part of a considerably wider pattern of papal overreach into the legitimate governance of secular kingdoms, an argument several other European monarchs, themselves increasingly wary of the Church's own expanding claims to authority over royal conduct, found genuinely persuasive even where they stopped well short of openly supporting an excommunicated emperor, a rhetorical strategy that would go on to define the entire remaining course of Frederick's own long and genuinely bitter conflict with the papacy across the following 2 decades of his own reign, a conflict this channel may yet have occasion to trace more fully in a future story of its own. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how this same excommunication actually functioned in strict theological terms, because a formally excommunicated Christian was understood, under the canon law of this period, to be cut off entirely from the sacraments, unable to receive communion, unable to be married or buried within consecrated ground, and crucially for everything still ahead of us tonight, unable to be crowned or formally blessed by any priest still in good standing with Rome. A genuinely severe spiritual and social penalty that placed Frederick, for the remainder of the crusade this story is about to describe, in the deeply strange position of a Christian emperor leading, at least nominally, a holy war he had been formally and publicly declared unfit to participate in at all. It is worth pausing too on how this same penalty actually affected Frederick's own personal religious life across these same months, quite apart from its own considerable political consequences, because a genuinely devout excommunicate and several surviving accounts suggest Frederick's own personal faith, whatever the suspicions his own intellectual curiosity provoked among his own critics, was considerably more sincere than his own later reputation as a religious skeptic would come to suggest, found himself formally barred from receiving the sacraments at exactly the moment he was preparing to lead what remained, in his own understanding, a genuinely holy undertaking, a private spiritual burden. This whole story's own grander political narrative rarely pauses to consider an emperor attending Mass, if he attended at all, as a spectator rather than a full participant in his own faith's central rite, for the entire duration of the very crusade that would go on to recover Christendom's own holier city. It is worth pausing, briefly, on Gregory IX's own background before he ever became Pope, because it explains a great deal about the particular kind of rigour he brought to this whole confrontation, since Ugolino de' Conti had spent decades of his own earlier career as a specialist in canon law, the formal legal tradition of the Church itself, and had served for a number of years before his own election as the Cardinal Protector of the Franciscan Order, the same rapidly growing religious movement. This channel has already described Francis of Assisi founding, a personal connection to Francis's own legacy of radical, unworldly poverty and radical, unworldly peace that makes Gregory's own considerably harder and considerably more legalistic response to Frederick's own crusade an interesting and genuinely instructive contrast. A pope who had spent years close to the gentlest and most conciliatory religious figure this whole crusading era ever produced, and who nonetheless brought to the specific question of Frederick's own conduct a lawyer's own exacting and unforgiving reading of a broken vow's own precise terms. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same Franciscan connection actually shaped Gregory's own later attitude toward Frederick's own eventual and rather unconventional success, because a pope who had spent years close to Francis's own particular vision of peaceful, unarmed engagement across the religious divide, the same vision this channel has already described carrying Francis himself safely into Al-Kamil's own tent during the Fifth Crusade, might, in principle, have found something genuinely recognisable and genuinely admirable in Frederick's own patient conversational approach to recovering Jerusalem, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with how little of that same recognition Gregory's own actual conduct across this whole story ever actually showed. A pope who canonised Francis himself only 2 years after his own death, in 1228, in the very same year Frederick sailed for the Holy Land, defying his own excommunication, seemingly without ever once drawing the obvious parallel between the humble friar. He was busy declaring a saint and the excommunicated emperor achieving, through remarkably similar means, the very outcome that same friar had once tried and failed to achieve himself. It is worth pausing too on how this same legal temperament would go on to shape the whole of Gregory's own later papacy, because he would go on, in the years following this crusade, to commission and formally promulgate a comprehensive new compilation of canon law known as the Liber Extra, a work several modern legal historians regard as one of the single most influential documents in the entire history of the Western Church's own legal tradition. A pope who understood the Church's own authority at its own deepest foundation as a matter of precise and binding law rather than of flexible pastoral discretion, and who consequently regarded Frederick's own missed deadline, whatever its own genuinely documented medical cause, as a plain and straightforward breach of a plainly and precisely worded contract, rather than as the kind of forgivable human misfortune a less legally minded pontiff might have been more readily inclined to overlook. An excommunicate sails for the Holy Land anyway. It is worth pausing at real length on Frederick's own actual response to this same excommunication, because rather than remaining in Europe to seek reconciliation with Gregory before attempting any second departure, as several of his own advisers reportedly urged him to do, Frederick spent the following months, across the winter and spring of 1227 and 28, methodically rebuilding the fleet and the army his own aborted first departure had scattered, and announced, to the genuine alarm of a considerable portion of Christendom, his own firm intention to sail for the Holy Land regardless of his own continued excommunicate status, a decision several contemporary churchmen described as an act of open defiance, bordering on genuine sacrilege. A formerly excommunicated man proposing to lead a holy war under a banner the very institution that had declared the war holy in the first place now refused to bless. It is worth pausing briefly on how genuinely strange this same situation actually was within the wider 2-century history of crusading. This channel has already traced for you across several long nights in this room, because every single previous crusade this channel has described, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth alike, had proceeded, whatever their own individual disagreements with specific popes, over specific decisions under the basic and unquestioned premise that the Pope's own formal blessing was what actually made a crusade at all. A spiritual authorization no previous crusading leader, however difficult his own relationship with Rome had otherwise proven, had ever seriously proposed simply proceeding without, and it is worth naming plainly that Frederick's own departure in June of 1228 represents, in this single specific respect, one of the single strangest episodes in this entire crusading movement's own history. An army sailing east under a leader the Church itself had formally and publicly disowned. It is worth pausing too on what this same strangeness actually meant for the ordinary soldiers and pilgrims who chose to sail with Frederick regardless, because a man taking the cross under an excommunicated leader faced a genuinely difficult personal theological question no previous crusader this channel has described across its earlier stories told in this room had ever needed to seriously weigh whether the spiritual rewards traditionally promised to crusaders, the remission of sins, this whole movement's own preaching had always centred its own recruitment around, actually still applied to soldiers marching under a commander the Church had formally disowned. A question several surviving letters describe individual soldiers and their own confessors wrestling with in real and evident earnest, some concluding that the underlying holiness of the destination, Jerusalem itself, mattered rather more than the specific spiritual standing of the man leading them there, and others choosing, for exactly this reason, not to sail with Frederick at all. A quiet and rarely discussed crisis of conscience playing out in individual hearts and individual confessionals across Germany and Sicily alike, entirely apart from the grand diplomatic drama unfolding between Emperor and Pope. It is worth pausing, too, on how Gregory himself actually reacted to news of this same defiant departure, because the Pope, rather than softening his own position, now that Frederick had at least made good on the physical act of sailing, if not on the underlying spiritual standing the Church required of any crusader, issued a series of increasingly furious letters to the churches of the Crusader states themselves, instructing local clergy to treat Frederick's own arrival not as the long-awaited fulfilment of a decade-old promise, but as the arrival of an excommunicated man whose own presence in the Holy Land, however militarily useful, carried none of the spiritual legitimacy this whole crusading movement had always understood its own campaigns to require, instructions that would go on, within only months, to produce exactly the kind of genuinely awkward reception this story is about to describe unfolding at Acre. It is worth pausing at some length on how this same conflict was actually preached and discussed in the parish churches of Europe across these same months, because a considerable number of local clergy, receiving Gregory's own official instructions alongside years of accumulated popular memory of Frederick's own long-promised crusade, found themselves navigating a genuinely delicate rhetorical problem. Several surviving sermon notes and diocesan letters describing priests choosing to preach on the general virtue of crusading zeal and the general sanctity of Jerusalem without ever directly addressing whether the specific army currently sailing toward it, under the specific excommunicated emperor currently leading it, actually qualified for the spiritual benefits a properly authorized crusade was understood to confer, a studied ambiguity several modern historians read as evidence of just how uncomfortable this entire situation had already become for the Church's own ordinary parish-level messengers, caught between an official position from Rome and a popular sentiment back home that remained, for the most part, considerably more sympathetic to Frederick than Gregory's own furious letters ever acknowledged. It is worth pausing, too, on how this same conflict was received among Frederick's own fellow crowned heads of Christendom, because several other European monarchs, watching a pope excommunicate an emperor for a crusading delay caused by well-documented illness, found in Frederick's own public letter the one this story has already described, appealing directly over the Pope's own head to the wider community of Christian rulers. An argument that touched a nerve considerably wider than Frederick's own particular grievance. A growing unease shared by kings and princes across the continent who had watched the Church's own claims to authority over secular governance steadily expand across the whole of the preceding century, at the prospect of a pope who could apparently excommunicate a crowned monarch for a delay any reasonable observer would recognise as genuinely beyond his own control, a sympathy that rarely translated into open political support for Frederick himself, but that several modern historians suggest left Gregory's own position considerably more diplomatically isolated across this same period than his own confident and uncompromising letters ever let on. It is worth naming briefly one further and genuinely curious detail several surviving accounts preserve from these same months, because Frederick, in the specific text of his own public letter, defending his own conduct, is recorded drawing a pointed and rather sophisticated distinction between his own personal spiritual standing, which he did not dispute the Pope's own formal authority to judge, and his own practical temporal authority to actually lead a crusading army, which he argued no excommunication, however validly imposed, could actually strip from a properly anointed emperor, a legal and theological argument. Several modern scholars of medieval political thought regard as a genuinely early and genuinely sophisticated articulation of the distinction between spiritual and temporal authority that would go on to occupy European political philosophy for centuries after Frederick himself was gone. A distinction this particular emperor, whatever else can be said of him, appears to have arrived at through the plain, practical necessity of justifying his own very unusual position, rather than through any purely abstract philosophical reflection. It is worth pausing briefly on the actual size and composition of the army Frederick finally did carry east on this second attempt, because the fleet that departed Brindisi in June of 1228, while never approaching the scale of the massive reinforcing army Frederick had originally promised, back at his own Aachen coronation 13 years earlier, still amounted by the more careful modern estimates historians have reconstructed to a genuinely substantial force, several hundred knights, and a considerably larger body of sergeants, sailors and support personnel drawn chiefly from Frederick's own Sicilian and German territories, a force considerably smaller than the combined Hungarian, German, Austrian and Frisian host. This channel has already described departing for the Fifth Crusade a decade earlier, but one that arrived, crucially, under a single, unified, and unusually experienced personal command rather than under the kind of divided and competing authority that had so thoroughly paralysed that earlier expedition. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same defiant second departure was actually received back among the wider preaching and parish networks of Europe. The same congregations this channel has already described, Innocent III's own careful recruitment machinery, having spent years cultivating in the run-up to the Fifth Crusade because a considerable number of parish priests, receiving instructions from Rome to treat Frederick's own crusade as spiritually void, found themselves in the genuinely awkward position of having to explain to their own congregations, many of whom had spent years hearing this same emperor's crusading vow praised from the very same pulpits, why the long-awaited departure they had prayed for was now, upon actually happening, being treated by the Church itself as an act of defiance rather than of fulfillment, a confusion several surviving letters and sermon notes from this period describe producing real and widespread bewilderment among ordinary Christians who had never been asked, in any of this whole crusading movement's earlier campaigns, to hold two such flatly contradictory loyalties to their own emperor and to their own church at the very same time. It is worth pausing too on Frederick's own considerable retinue as it actually assembled for this second departure, because several surviving accounts describe an entourage considerably more exotic, by the standards of a conventional crusading army, than anything this channel has described accompanying any previous expedition across its several stories told in this room. Frederick travelling with a personal bodyguard drawn in part from his own loyal Muslim soldiers of Lucera, together with a menagerie of exotic animals, leopards and other creatures gathered through his own considerable diplomatic contacts across the Mediterranean world, and a retinue of scholars, translators and falconers whose own presence had rather more to do with Frederick's own personal intellectual habits than with the ordinary business of waging war. A travelling court that struck a number of more conventionally pious observers. Several surviving letters suggest as considerably closer to an Eastern potentate's own procession than to the austere penitential image of a crusading army this whole movement's own preaching had always tried to cultivate. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same unusual retinue actually served Frederick's own practical diplomatic purposes once he actually reached the East, because an emperor arriving with his own trusted Muslim soldiers already in his own service, already comfortable speaking Arabic and already familiar with the customs of the Islamic courts he was about to negotiate with, presented himself to Al-Kamil's own envoys as a genuinely different kind of Christian ruler than any crusading leader this channel has described across its earlier stories told in this room. A man whose own retinue alone communicated, before a single word of formal negotiation had even begun, that here was a Christian monarch who did not regard the civilization he was nominally fighting as simply and uniformly alien. A piece of unspoken diplomatic signalling several modern historians suggest mattered rather more to the eventual warmth of these negotiations than any single clause either side's own formal envoys actually drafted, a camp that did not know whether to welcome its own king. It's worth pausing briefly on Acre itself as a physical place before this story follows Frederick into it, because this channel has already described, in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, the same genuinely cosmopolitan Mediterranean trading port this crusade's own leadership had once mustered its own army within, a city whose own daily life depended on a working, practical coexistence between Latin Christian settlers, native Christian communities, Muslim and Jewish residents, and the resident merchant colonies of Venice, Genoa and Pisa, and it is worth naming briefly that this same working coexistence had, by 1228, only deepened further across the intervening decade, a city that had already spent years quietly practicing, in its own ordinary commercial life, something considerably closer to the negotiated shared existence Frederick's own eventual treaty would soon extend, on rather grander and rather more contested terms, to Jerusalem itself. It is worth pausing, at real length, on the actual reception Frederick received upon his own arrival at Acre in September of 1228, because the Crusader state's own local church leadership, headed by Gerald of Lausanne, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, received the emperor, in strict accordance with Gregory's own instructions, with a formal and genuinely pointed coolness. Several accounts describing Gerald declining to extend Frederick anything resembling the ceremonial ecclesiastical welcome a crowned crusading monarch might ordinarily have expected upon arriving to fight, at least nominally, in defence of Christendom's own holier city, a chilly reception that set the tone for nearly the entire remainder of Frederick's own time in the Holy Land. It is worth pausing too on how this same institutional coolness actually divided the Crusader state's own local military establishment, because the two great military orders this channel has already described in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller, both institutions whose own considerable wealth and whose own entire purpose depended on remaining in good standing with a papacy that funded and privileged them directly, largely declined to cooperate with Frederick's own military command in any meaningful way for as long as his own excommunicate status remained formally unresolved, while the Teutonic Knights, the considerably younger and considerably smaller military order Hermann von Salza himself commanded, and whose own institutional interests were bound up rather more directly with Frederick's own imperial patronage than with any comparable dependence on the papacy, remained loyal to the emperor's own cause throughout, a three-way split among the Crusader state's own military establishment that mirrors, in its own way, the kind of divided command this channel has already shown you paralysing the Fifth Crusade a decade earlier, though this time the division ran along lines of institutional loyalty to competing authorities rather than simple personal rivalry between individual commanders. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and rather awkward presence of John of Brienne's own former kingdom hanging over this entire arrival, because the local baronage Frederick found himself attempting to command at Acre, the same accumulated Ibelin-led community this channel has already described possessing generations of hard-earned practical experience governing a fragile frontier kingdom, understood Frederick's own claim to the crown he had effectively taken from John as resting on considerably shakier legal ground than Frederick himself, by several accounts, ever seemed entirely willing to acknowledge, a quiet undercurrent of local scepticism about the legitimacy of Frederick's own authority that ran alongside, and in some respects reinforced, the Church's own considerably louder objections to his own excommunicate status. It is worth pausing, too, on how directly this same scepticism actually shaped the Crusader state's own local nobility's willingness to extend Frederick anything resembling genuine, lasting political loyalty, because several of the kingdom's own most prominent barons, the Ibelins chief among them, would go on, in the years immediately following this crusade's own conclusion, to openly resist Frederick's own attempts to govern the Crusader kingdom through appointed royal officials answerable to his own distant imperial authority, rather than through the kind of local, consultative baronial council this whole community had grown accustomed to across the preceding century, a resistance that would eventually harden within only a handful of years of Frederick's own departure into open civil conflict between the Emperor's own appointed representatives and the local nobility. A war this channel may yet have occasion to trace in a future story of the Crusader state's own internal politics, but one whose own seeds this story has already shown you planted during these very first cold weeks of Frederick's own arrival at Acre. It is worth pausing too on Hermann von Salza's own particular role across this entire episode, because the Teutonic Grand Master occupies one of the more genuinely important and genuinely overlooked positions in this whole story. A skilled and patient diplomat who had already spent years working to mend the relationship between Frederick and successive popes, long before this crusade ever sailed, and who would go on, across the following months, to serve as Frederick's own chief public defender and chief intermediary, a role several surviving accounts describe him performing with real tact and real personal courage, given how directly his own continued advocacy for an excommunicated emperor risked his own order's standing with the very papacy his order also depended on. It is worth pausing briefly on the sheer practical difficulty this same divided command created for Frederick's own actual military planning, because an emperor who had arrived specifically to avoid repeating the Fifth Crusade's own catastrophic failure of unified leadership, found himself, within weeks of his own arrival, commanding an army in which a considerable share of the most experienced fighting men available to him, the Templars and Hospitallers above all, remained formally uncertain whether they were even permitted, under the terms of their own institutional loyalty to Rome, to follow his own orders at all, a constraint that would go on to shape, in ways this story is about to describe, exactly how Frederick chose to pursue his own crusade's actual objective. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same institutional coolness shaped Frederick's own strategic thinking from nearly his very first weeks in the East, because an emperor commanding an army whose own most experienced and most disciplined component could not be fully relied upon to actually fight, should fighting become necessary, had every practical reason to prefer a negotiated settlement over any military campaign that might expose the genuine limits of his own actual command authority, a calculation several modern historians suggest weighed on Frederick's own strategic thinking every bit as heavily as his own genuine, well-documented personal preference for diplomacy over open war, a preference for the negotiating table that was, in this particular case, considerably more than simply a matter of Frederick's own personal temperament. It is worth pausing briefly on what this same modest and militarily uncertain army actually could have accomplished had Frederick chosen open warfare over negotiation regardless, because several modern military historians who have examined the comparative strength of Frederick's own forces against the considerable Egyptian and Syrian armies Al-Kamil could, in principle, have called upon conclude that any purely military campaign would have faced genuinely long odds. An army smaller than the one this channel has already described Pelagius commanding during the Fifth Crusade, attempting a considerably more ambitious objective, the actual conquest and defence of Jerusalem itself, rather than merely a fortified port city on the coast, against an enemy considerably more secure in its own home territory than the Egypt Pelagius's own crusade had once faced. A sober military reality that makes Frederick's own preference for negotiation look, in hindsight, less like an unusual personal quirk, and more like the only genuinely realistic path to actually achieving anything at all. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and rather awkward physical arrangements the Crusader camp itself had to work out to accommodate this same three-way division of loyalty, because several accounts describe the Templars and Hospitallers maintaining their own separate quarters and their own separate command structure within the wider crusading camp at Acre, communicating with Frederick's own imperial staff through formal, carefully worded correspondence rather than through the kind of direct, informal coordination an army preparing for actual combat would ordinarily require, an arrangement that functioned in practice rather more like two allied but mutually suspicious armies camped beside one another than like the single unified crusading host Frederick had crossed an entire sea specifically hoping to command. It is worth pausing too on how this same fractured command actually compared with the divided authority this channel has already described paralysing the Fifth Crusade a decade earlier, because the two situations, while superficially similar, differ in one important respect worth naming plainly, since Pelagius and John of Brienne had disagreed over what strategy to actually pursue while remaining. Formally, part of a single unified chain of command answering, at least in theory, to the same crusading leadership, whereas Frederick's own crusade fractured along considerably deeper and considerably harder line, an outright question of whether the military orders were even permitted, under their own institutional obligations to Rome, to recognise Frederick's own command at all. A structural division this story has already shown you running deeper than any single strategic disagreement, and one that made Frederick's own eventual reliance on negotiation rather than open warfare look, in hindsight, considerably less like a matter of simple personal preference than like the only genuinely viable option actually available to a commander who could never be entirely certain his own army would follow him into a fight. It is worth pausing at some length on the wider baronial world of the Crusader states Frederick actually found himself attempting to govern upon his own arrival, because this channel has already described, in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, the same accumulated Ibelin-led community of local nobility that had spent generations adapting to the specific, precarious realities of governing a frontier kingdom permanently outnumbered by its own Muslim neighbours, and it is worth naming plainly that this same community received Frederick's own claim to their own kingdom's crown with a scepticism considerably sharper than the merely institutional coolness this story has already described the church extending toward him, since the Ibelins and the wider local baronage understood, better than any newly arrived crusader from Europe possibly could, exactly how thin Frederick's own actual legal claim to rule in his own infant son's name really was. It is worth naming briefly John of Ibelin, Lord of Beirut, the single most prominent figure within this same local baronial community at the moment of Frederick's own arrival, a nobleman this channel may yet have occasion to trace more fully in a future story of the Crusader state's own internal politics, whose own family's rise to local prominence this channel has already gestured toward in the earlier account of the Fifth Crusade, and whose own relationship with Frederick would go on, across the following years, to sour into open and at times genuinely violent conflict, a struggle for control of the Crusader state's own local governance. This story is not going to follow in full detail tonight, but one worth naming here as the seed already visibly present in the tense, mutually wary atmosphere of Frederick's own first weeks at Acre. It is worth pausing too on how this same local skepticism actually expressed itself in the Crusader camp's own day-to-day politics, because several surviving accounts describe the local baronage extending Frederick considerably less than the full and unquestioning military cooperation an arriving crowned monarch might ordinarily have expected, local lords weighing their own contribution of troops and supplies against their own private judgment of how legitimate and how likely to actually last this particular emperor's own claim to their own kingdom's crown genuinely was a hesitation. This whole story has already shown you the Crusader state's own local nobility extending in various forms to nearly every outside crusading leader this channel has described arriving from Europe across its several stories told in this room, a sultan fighting his own family again. It is worth pausing at real length on the political situation Frederick actually found waiting for him in Egypt and Syria upon his own arrival, because Al-Kamil, the same patient and genuinely formidable sultan, this channel has already described across the whole of the Fifth Crusade's own story, extending his own remarkable offers of peace not once but twice to a crusading army that had twice refused them, found himself by 1228 embroiled in a family crisis strikingly similar in its own basic shape to the one this channel has already shown you nearly costing him his own throne outright a decade earlier. It is worth pausing on the specific origin of this new crisis, because Al-Mu'azzam, the same brother this story has already described tearing down Jerusalem's own walls in 1219, rather than risk seeing them handed over intact to the Crusaders, had died in November of 1227, leaving Damascus and the surrounding Syrian territories to his own son, An-Nasir Dawood, a nephew whose own succession Al-Kamil, together with a third brother named Al-Ashraf, who governed the wider Ayyubid family's own Mesopotamian territories, viewed with real and growing suspicion. It is worth pausing briefly on why Al-Kamil and Al-Ashraf together came to regard their own young nephew's succession in Damascus as such a genuine threat, because An-Nasir Dawood, by several contemporary Arabic accounts, proved considerably less willing than his own late father had generally been to defer to his uncle's own combined seniority within the wider Ayyubid confederation, and the two older brothers, alarmed at the prospect of a considerably more independent-minded ruler consolidating power over Damascus, one of the single most strategically vital cities in the entire Ayyubid realm, began, across the very months of Frederick's own arrival in the Holy Land, actively planning a joint military campaign to remove their own nephew from power and bring Damascus back under their own direct combined control. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same family crisis shaped Al-Kamil's own attitude toward the newly arrived crusading emperor, because a sultan already committed to a genuinely difficult campaign against his own nephew, one that would require the bulk of his own available military resources and his own personal attention for the foreseeable future, had every practical reason to want the crusading army currently gathering at Acre neutralized through negotiation, rather than confronted through open war. Precisely the same underlying calculation this channel has already shown you. Shaping Al-Kamil's own repeated peace offers to the Fifth Crusade's own leadership a decade earlier a pattern of Ayyubid family politics this story is going to ask you to notice, repeatedly creating the exact conditions for a negotiated Christian peace whenever the wider Ayyubid Confederation's own internal rivalries happen to demand the Sultan's own attention elsewhere. It is worth pausing briefly on one further complication threading through this same family dispute, because An-Nasir Dawood, understanding with real clarity that his own uncle's considerable combined strength left him in a genuinely precarious position, had himself begun exploring the possibility of some kind of accommodation with the newly arrived Christian emperor, a three-way negotiation in which Frederick found himself for a period being courted simultaneously by both sides of an internal Ayyubid family quarrel, each hoping to secure his own neutrality, or better still his own active support against the other, a genuinely complicated diplomatic position that several modern historians suggest gave Frederick considerably more actual negotiating leverage than the modest size of his own army, on its own, would otherwise have provided him. It is worth pausing, too, on how thoroughly Al-Kamil's own memory of the Fifth Crusade shaped his own approach to this new round of negotiation, because the Sultan, having watched an entire crusading army spend 2 years refusing terms he had considered, by his own lights, genuinely and repeatedly generous, understood by 1228 with real and hard-won clarity exactly how costly continued conflict with a crusading power could prove, even when that same conflict ultimately ended, as the Fifth Crusade's own had, in outright Egyptian victory, a lesson several near-contemporary Arabic sources suggest left Al-Kamil considerably more inclined, this second time, to seek a durable settlement quickly rather than risk another prolonged and costly standoff, while his own attention and his own resources were genuinely needed against his own nephew in Damascus. It is worth pausing briefly on one further and rather human dimension of this same remembered experience, because Al-Kamil, by 1228, was a man in his own middle years who had already spent a full decade of his own reign locked in one form or another of conflict or negotiation with crusading powers from the west. First Pelagius's own army at Damietta, then his own family's internal war over Damascus, and now a newly arrived emperor with his own considerable and unpredictable reputation, a sultan who had, by any reasonable account, earned the right to simple exhaustion with the whole recurring business of fending off Christian armies from across the sea, and it is worth sitting briefly with how much of Al-Kamil's own famous patience across this whole story might be explained, in the end, by nothing more mysterious than the same plain, human weariness this channel has already shown you, shaping the ordinary soldiers of both the Fourth and the Fifth Crusades, a weariness that made peace, whenever peace could actually be had on reasonable terms, look considerably more appealing to a tired sultan than one further season of war. It is worth pausing briefly on Damascus itself as a physical and strategic prize, because the city Al-Kamil and Al-Ashraf together were preparing to besiege occupied a position of importance within the wider Ayyubid Confederation considerably different from, though no less significant than, the position Egypt itself occupied, a great inland trading centre at the crossroads of caravan routes running toward Baghdad and the wider Islamic world to the east, considerably less directly threatened by any crusading army operating along the Mediterranean coast than Egypt's own Nile Delta had repeatedly proven to be, but a city whose own control conferred, on whichever branch of the Ayyubid family actually held it, a prestige and a claim to seniority within the wider dynasty that neither Al-Kamil nor Al-Ashraf was willing to simply concede to their own young nephew without a fight. It is worth pausing too on Al-Ashraf's own particular role in this same family conflict, because he governed in his own right a separate and considerably eastern portion of the wider Ayyubid Confederation's own territory, centred on the Mesopotamian city of Harran, and his own decision to combine forces with his brother Al-Kamil against their own nephew, rather than support An-Nasir Dawood's own claim, reflected, several modern historians suggest, a calculation considerably more personal than purely dynastic, the two older brothers having grown, across the years since their own father Al-Adil's death, into a working alliance considerably more genuinely cooperative than the more openly strained relationship this channel has already described existing between Al-Kamil and the now deceased Al-Mu'azzam during the whole of the Fifth Crusade's own story, so that the two surviving elder brothers approached this new succession crisis already accustomed to coordinating their own considerable combined resources against a common threat. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how genuinely dangerous An-Nasir Dawood's own position actually was by the time Frederick arrived at Acre, because the young prince, facing the combined military strength of two considerably more experienced uncles determined to remove him from Damascus, had every reason of his own to want some kind of external counterweight, and several surviving accounts describe him exploring, across these same months, the possibility of his own separate accommodation with the newly arrived crusading emperor, an offer that would, however briefly, have given Frederick the genuinely remarkable option of choosing which side of an internal Ayyubid civil war to actually support. A diplomatic opportunity no previous crusading leader this channel has described across its several crusading stories told in this room had ever quite found dropped so directly into his own lap. It is worth pausing at some length on why Frederick, faced with this same remarkable opportunity to potentially play one Ayyubid claimant against another, ultimately chose to pursue his own settlement with Al-Kamil rather than gamble on backing the considerably weaker An-Nasir Dawood, because the emperor, whatever the genuine tactical appeal of dividing his own enemies further, understood with the same practical clarity this story has already shown you shaping nearly every one of his own decisions, that Al-Kamil remained, even embroiled in his own family's civil war, considerably the stronger and considerably the more reliable of the two potential partners, an established sultan ruling Egypt in his own right, rather than a nephew fighting a defensive war he seemed, by most contemporary military assessment, genuinely likely to lose, so that Frederick's own choice to negotiate with Al-Kamil rather than gamble on An-Nasir Dawood reflected less any particular personal preference between the two men than a straightforward and rather cold-eyed calculation of which side of this family quarrel actually offered the more durable peace, a calculation events across the following decade would go on to fully vindicate. Two men who preferred geometry to war. It is worth pausing at real length on the specific character this new round of negotiation actually took, because Frederick, unlike Pelagius before him, arrived able to correspond with Al-Kamil's own court in terms of genuine intellectual fluency, no distant papal legate working through translators and formal diplomatic protocol could ever have hoped to match. Several surviving accounts describing an exchange between the two rulers that extended well beyond the immediate business of territorial negotiation into questions of philosophy, mathematics, and natural science. A rapport this channel has already asked you, in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, to hold in mind for exactly this moment. It is worth naming briefly Fakhr ad-Din ibn al-Sheikh, the senior Egyptian envoy Al-Kamil dispatched to conduct much of this same negotiation on his own behalf, because Fakhr ad-Din occupies one of the more genuinely striking positions in this whole story, an experienced and highly cultured Egyptian nobleman whose several surviving accounts describe developing a genuine personal rapport with Frederick across the course of these negotiations, a relationship several Arabic sources suggest grew warm enough that Frederick, in a gesture several modern historians read as a genuinely remarkable piece of cross-cultural diplomatic theatre, formally knighted the Muslim envoy according to the ceremonial customs of his own Western chivalric tradition, an honour Fakhr ad-Din, by several accounts, received with evident graciousness, even as it produced no small measure of bewildered comment among the more traditionally minded members of Frederick's own crusading retinue. It is worth pausing, briefly, on what actually became of Fakhr ad-Din himself in the years following this crusade, because he would go on, across the following decade, to become one of Al-Kamil's own most trusted senior commanders and diplomats, a career several modern historians suggest was considerably advanced by the very success of these negotiations with Frederick. A reminder this channel has already offered in other stories told in this room, that skillful diplomacy, even diplomacy conducted on behalf of a cause one's own hardline countrymen viewed with genuine suspicion, could still function, for the individual envoy actually conducting it, as a genuine and considerable career advancement within his own government. Precisely the same kind of quiet professional reward this story has already shown you Oliver of Paderborn receiving, on the opposite side of an earlier crusading negotiation, for his own considerable diplomatic and engineering talents during the Fifth Crusade. A small and rather pleasing symmetry this channel offers before this story moves on. Two skilled and genuinely capable men, one Christian and one Muslim, each rewarded within their own government for exactly the same quality. A genuine talent for making peace where lesser men had only ever known how to make war. It is worth pausing too on the specific intellectual questions several surviving Arabic and Latin sources describe passing between the two courts across these same months, because Frederick, drawing on the same genuine scholarly curiosity this story has already described, shaping his own Sicilian court, is recorded posing a series of philosophical and mathematical problems to the scholars attending Al-Kamil's own negotiating party, questions touching on geometry, on the nature of the created universe, and on points of natural philosophy. Several sources suggest Frederick had already debated at length with the Arabic and Jewish scholars resident at his own court back in Sicily, an exchange several modern historians treat with appropriate caution, given how thoroughly later legend has embellished the specific details, but one that nearly every surviving source on both sides agrees actually took place in some genuine form, a considerably fuller demonstration of the same quiet, personal curiosity this channel has already shown you. Francis of Assisi bringing to his own brief meeting with Al-Kamil nearly a decade earlier. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same intellectual rapport actually functioned as a piece of practical diplomacy, rather than merely as an interesting personal footnote, because several modern historians of this period suggest that Frederick's own evident and genuine respect for the scholarly and administrative sophistication of Al-Kamil's own court gave the Sultan considerably more confidence that any agreement the two men actually reached would be honoured in good faith by a genuinely serious negotiating partner, rather than by the kind of distant, rigid, and frequently reversed authority. This channel has already shown you Pelagius exercising across the Fifth Crusade's own considerably more fractious negotiations, a foundation of basic personal trust that would go on to matter enormously once the two sides actually sat down to hammer out the specific and genuinely difficult territorial questions still standing between them. It is worth pausing too on the negotiations' own considerably more difficult moments, because this same warm personal rapport did not mean the underlying territorial questions resolved themselves easily. Several surviving accounts describing genuinely tense stretches across the winter of 1228 and 29, when Al-Kamil's own senior advisors, several of them the same class of experienced Egyptian emirs this channel has already described nearly overthrowing Al-Kamil himself a decade earlier over what they regarded as excessive concession to Christian demands, push back hard against the specific scope of territory the Sultan appeared willing to offer. A reminder that even a negotiation conducted between two men who had developed real, personal regard for one another still had to survive the far less personal and far less flexible institutional pressures bearing down on both of them from their own respective sides. It is worth naming briefly the specific gifts several surviving Arabic and Latin accounts describe passing between the two courts across these same months, a detail this channel finds genuinely worth pausing on because it captures in miniature exactly the kind of personal and genuinely curious relationship this negotiation actually rested on. Al-Kamil sending Frederick, among other gifts, an elephant, a creature several contemporary European chroniclers describe local crowds gathering in genuine astonishment to see, having never once encountered such an animal in their own lives, together with, according to several later and admittedly less certain accounts, an elaborate mechanical device modelling the movement of the sun, moon and stars, a kind of medieval planetarium. Several modern historians of science suggest reflected exactly the same fascination with astronomy and mathematics. This story has already shown you Frederick himself sharing, a gift chosen, it would seem, with real and specific knowledge of what would actually delight the particular man receiving it, rather than simply the generic tribute one sovereign customarily extended to another. It is worth pausing briefly on what actually became of that same elephant once it reached Frederick's own Sicilian court, because several later accounts describe the animal continuing to travel with Frederick's own considerable royal menagerie for years afterward, appearing, according to more than one startled contemporary chronicler, in the emperor's own formal processions through the cities of Germany and Italy alike, a genuinely exotic curiosity that several modern historians suggest did as much to cement Frederick's own reputation for wonder and for slightly unsettling foreignness among his own ordinary European subjects as any of his own considerably more abstract intellectual accomplishments ever managed to, a single gift from a sultan's own court becoming, in its own quiet way, one of the most visible and most talked about physical symbols of this whole Crusade's own genuinely unusual character. It is worth pausing too on the specific philosophical questions several sources describe Frederick posing to the scholars of Al-Kamil's own court during these same negotiations. Questions that would, in a somewhat more developed form, go on to become known in later years as the Sicilian questions, a set of philosophical and mathematical puzzles Frederick continued circulating among Muslim, Jewish and Christian scholars alike for years after this crusade had concluded, touching on such problems as the eternity or createdness of the physical universe, the nature of the human soul, and a variety of specific geometric proofs, a body of intellectual curiosity. This crusade's own negotiations gave Frederick his own first sustained occasion to actually test directly against scholars trained within the Islamic philosophical tradition, rather than merely through the second-hand translations available to him back at his own Sicilian court. It is worth pausing briefly on how differently this same intellectual exchange was received by the more conventionally pious members of Frederick's own crusading retinue, because several surviving letters describe genuine discomfort among a portion of the German and Sicilian knights accompanying the emperor at watching their own sovereign spend hours in what amounted, from their own perspective, to friendly philosophical conversation with the very scholars of the empire he had crossed an entire sea to make war against, a discomfort this channel offers as one further, quieter illustration of the same tension this story has already named, running through nearly every account of Frederick's own character, a ruler whose own genuine intellectual generosity toward the civilization he was nominally opposing struck some of his own contemporaries as wisdom and others as something considerably closer to betrayal. It is worth naming, briefly, one further and specifically mathematical exchange. Several later sources describe passing between the two courts, a geometric problem concerning the construction and measurement of a particular class of curved figure, the kind of technical puzzle several modern historians of science suggest reflected the same considerable interest in Euclidean and Archimedean geometry. Frederick's own court had already been cultivating, through its own considerable investment in translated Greek and Arabic mathematical texts, a small and genuinely specific detail this channel offers, not because any listener tonight need actually follow the geometry itself, but because it captures, better than any grander diplomatic language ever could, the particular and rather unusual texture of a negotiation being conducted in its own quieter moments, less like two hostile armies feeling each other out before battle, than like two considerable minds genuinely enjoying the rare occasion of finding an equal to think alongside. A treaty that gave away nothing either side actually needed. It is worth pausing at real length on the actual terms this long negotiation finally produced, concluded at Jaffa in February of 1229, because they amounted, in nearly every material respect, to the same fundamental bargain this channel has already described Al-Kamil offering Pelagius his own crusade 8 years earlier, and watching refused not once but twice the restoration of Jerusalem itself, together with Bethlehem, Nazareth, and a narrow connecting corridor of territory running from the holy city to the coast at Acre, through Lydda, Ramla and Jaffa, granted to Christian control for a period of 10 years, 5 months, and several additional days, an oddly specific duration several modern historians suggest reflects the particular astrological or administrative calendar considerations of Al-Kamil's own court, rather than any purely strategic calculation on either side. It is worth pausing briefly on one specific and genuinely remarkable clause this same treaty contained, because Jerusalem's own Temple Mount, the elevated plaza holding both the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, sacred to Islam as the site of the Prophet Muhammad's own night journey and sacred to Christianity as the location of the ancient Jewish temple, was to remain under continued Muslim administration and continued Muslim religious authority, even as the rest of the city passed to Christian control, with Muslims retaining their own qadi, their own religious courts, and their own unrestricted right of access and worship at the site, while Christian pilgrims, in turn, were guaranteed the right to visit and to pray within the same sacred precinct, an arrangement several modern historians describe as one of the single most sophisticated pieces of interfaith diplomatic engineering this entire crusading era ever actually produced. Two religious communities sharing formal, negotiated custody of the single most contested piece of sacred real estate in the whole of the medieval world. It is worth pausing too on the specific and rather melancholy condition of the city this same treaty actually restored, because Jerusalem itself, as this channel has already described in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, had been stripped of its own defensive walls a full decade earlier on Al-Mu'azzam's own direct order, specifically to ensure that the city, if it ever did fall into Christian hands again, could not be readily held or defended, a demolition never fully reversed in the intervening years, so that the treaty's own explicit prohibition on rebuilding Jerusalem's own fortifications during the truce's own 10-year term amounted, in practical terms, less to a fresh concession than to a simple formal acknowledgement of a vulnerability this story has already told you existed years before Frederick ever set foot in the Holy Land at all. It is worth pausing at real length on whether Frederick himself actually tried to negotiate around this same prohibition, because several surviving accounts suggest the emperor did in fact raise the question of Jerusalem's own refortification during the negotiations at Jaffa, only to find Al-Kamil considerably less willing to bend on this single point than on almost any other clause the two men eventually agreed to, the Sultan understanding, with the same hard-won strategic clarity this story has already shown you, shaping nearly every one of his own decisions, that a Jerusalem left permanently indefensible cost his own dynasty comparatively little in the long run, however painful the city's own loss looked on the surface of things, while a Jerusalem rebuilt and refortified under Christian control risked becoming, within a single generation, exactly the kind of permanent, unassailable Christian stronghold the Crusader kingdom's own original conquest a century and a quarter earlier had once represented, a single fixed point in an otherwise remarkably flexible and remarkably generous negotiation, where Al-Kamil simply would not move, and where Frederick, weighing the walls against the city itself, ultimately chose to accept the city without them. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same choice actually looked to Frederick's own more hardline critics back in Europe once the specific terms of the treaty became more widely known, because several surviving letters and sermons describe genuine alarm among churchmen already primed by Gregory's own hostile framing to view this whole crusade with suspicion at the specific detail of an undefended Jerusalem, a concession several critics seized upon as proof that Frederick's own negotiated peace was a hollow and fundamentally unserious achievement, dressed up in triumphant language. A criticism this story has already shown you carrying real, and, in the fullness of time, genuinely prophetic weight, even if the specific men voicing it in 1229 were, for the most part, motivated considerably more by their own hostility toward Frederick personally than by any careful independent military assessment of the city's own actual defensive needs. It is worth pausing at some length on precisely how narrow the actual gap was between what Pelagius had refused in 1220 and what Frederick accepted in 1229, because the two settlements, laid side by side, differ chiefly in scale and in a handful of specific eastern fortifications. The very castles beyond the Jordan, this channel has already described Pelagius citing as his own genuine and not entirely unreasonable justification for holding out, rather than in their own underlying shape, both restoring Jerusalem, Bethlehem and Nazareth to Christian rule, both leaving the wider Egyptian and Syrian heartlands of Ayyubid power entirely untouched, and both resting, in the final analysis, on the same basic strategic bargain. A Muslim ruler trading a comparatively lightly held and comparatively lightly fortified stretch of Palestinian territory in exchange for the removal of a Western military threat to considerably more valuable core territory elsewhere. It is worth pausing, briefly, on why Al-Kamil was ultimately willing, on the second occasion, to extend an offer this generous to an army considerably smaller and considerably less immediately threatening than the one Pelagius had once commanded outside Damietta, because the Sultan's own calculation, several modern historians suggest, rested less on any assessment of Frederick's own modest military strength than on the simple, practical value of removing any active crusading presence from the region entirely, while Al-Kamil's own attention was required elsewhere against his own nephew. A strategic bargain this story has already shown you, Al-Kamil striking once before. A willingness to absorb a smaller, certain immediate territorial cost in exchange for the larger and considerably more durable gain of a secured western frontier, while his own family's own internal war in Syria actually got underway. It is worth pausing, too, on how the treaty actually addressed the Crusader state's own wider surviving territory beyond Jerusalem itself, because the agreement also formally confirmed continued Christian control over the coastal strongholds the Crusader kingdom had managed to retain across the preceding decades, Acre chief among them, while leaving the deeper Muslim-held interior, including the great fortified cities of Damascus and Cairo. This whole crusading movement had spent 5 separate campaigns failing to seriously threaten, entirely untouched, a settlement that restored, in effect, something considerably closer to the narrow, coastally anchored Crusader kingdom. This channel has already described John of Brienne struggling to govern in the years before this crusade. Rather than any full or lasting restoration of the far larger kingdom, the First Crusade had once carved out a full century and a quarter earlier. It is worth naming briefly a further and genuinely important clause. Several surviving accounts describe this same treaty containing one governing the specific status of Muslim residents who continued living within Jerusalem itself once the city passed to Christian administration, because rather than expelling this same population outright, the way this channel has already described Christian conquerors doing in other stories told in this room, the treaty guaranteed continued Muslim residents of the city their own right to remain, to practice their own faith, and to be governed in matters of their own religious law by their own Qadi, an arrangement several modern historians describe as considerably more generous toward a defeated population's own continued presence than the terms this whole crusading movement had generally extended in the aftermath of its own earlier conquests. A genuine, if narrow, exception to the pattern of expulsion and displacement this channel has already traced across several of its own earlier crusading stories told in this room. It is worth pausing too on the specific arrangements this same treaty made regarding prisoners held on both sides across the preceding years of intermittent border conflict. Several surviving accounts describing a formal exchange of captives negotiated alongside the treaty's own larger territorial provisions, ordinary soldiers and in some cases ordinary civilians who'd been taken and held during raids and skirmishes along the Crusader kingdom's own contested frontier in the years since the Fifth Crusade's own collapse, men and women whose own individual names appear nowhere in any surviving chronicle, but whose own release, however briefly noted in the treaty's own considerably drier administrative language, mattered to the families actually waiting for them, rather more than any of the treaty's own grander territorial clauses ever could have. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific corridor of territory connecting Jerusalem to the coast, because the treaty's own careful specification of Lydda, Ramla and Jaffa as the connecting towns securing this same route reflects a level of precise, on-the-ground geographic knowledge on both sides' negotiating teams that several modern historians read as further evidence of just how seriously and how carefully this particular treaty had actually been drafted, in genuinely striking contrast to the comparatively vague and repeatedly renegotiated terms this channel has already described Pelagius and Al-Kamil's own envoys struggling to pin down across the whole of the Fifth Crusade's own considerably more chaotic diplomacy, a corridor that gave the newly restored Kingdom of Jerusalem a secure and clearly defined line of supply and communication running from its own holier city all the way back to the sea, precisely the kind of defensible geographic logic this whole crusading movement's own earlier settlements had so often lacked. It is worth pausing at some length on the actual formal signing of this same treaty, concluded on the 18th of February 1229 at a meeting near Jaffa itself, because several surviving accounts describe a genuinely careful and genuinely deliberate diplomatic ceremony, formal documents drawn up and sealed in both Latin and Arabic, each side's own negotiating team reading the other's own text aloud in translation to confirm that both versions actually agreed in every material particular, a level of careful bilateral verification several modern historians of medieval diplomacy regard as considerably more sophisticated than the comparatively looser, more informally conducted negotiations this channel has already described, characterizing the Fifth Crusade's own repeatedly stalled and repeatedly reconsidered diplomacy, a treaty built from its very first drafting session to actually survive the specific kind of misunderstanding and mistranslation that had helped doom so many of this whole crusading movement's own earlier attempts at negotiated peace. It is worth pausing too on the specific oaths both rulers are recorded swearing to actually uphold this same agreement, because Frederick swore, according to several surviving accounts, on his own imperial honour and on the sanctity of the holy places themselves, an oath sworn, this story has already noted, by a man formally excommunicated and therefore formally barred from swearing on the sacraments, in the ordinary way a Christian ruler's own solemn oath would customarily have required While Al-Kamil swore according to the customs of his own Islamic faith, two rulers binding themselves to a shared peace through two entirely separate religious traditions, neither one recognizing the other's own oath as spiritually binding in any formal theological sense, and yet both, for the following decade, actually honouring it anyway, a practical, working trust that rested, in the end, considerably less on either man's own formal religious oath than on the plain, human fact that both of them had genuinely come to believe the other was a man of his own word, both hands held open once more. It is worth pausing, the way this channel likes to when a story's own verdict on a central achievement is not as simple as it first appears, to hold this same treaty up honestly, in both hands at once, because the easy version of this story, told and retold across the centuries since, tends to fall into one of two equally flattened shapes, either a triumphant tale of a brilliant emperor succeeding through sheer intellectual superiority, where lesser men had failed through mere religious fanaticism, or a cynical tale of a self-interested opportunist buying a hollow, undefended prize through backroom diplomacy that betrayed the crusading movement's own true and properly militant spirit, and neither version, honestly examined, actually survives close contact with what this treaty genuinely was. It is worth holding in one hand the case for this same treaty's own real and considerable achievement, because Frederick accomplished, through a single winter of patient and personally conducted negotiation, precisely the outcome this whole crusading movement had spent 130 years and 5 separate major expeditions trying and mostly failing to achieve: the peaceful, bloodless restoration of Jerusalem to Christian pilgrimage and Christian worship, secured without a single further Crusader grave dug for it, without the kind of catastrophic civilian toll this channel has already described devastating Damieta's own population during the Fifth Crusade, and without exposing his own considerably smaller army to the kind of ruinous military gamble that had cost Pelagius's own far larger force everything it had won only 8 years earlier, an outcome several modern historians describe on its own strict practical merits as the single most successful crusade to actually reach and hold Jerusalem since the very first one. And yet it is worth holding in the other hand the equally genuine case against celebrating this same achievement too simply, because the Jerusalem Frederick actually recovered was, as this story has already described, a city stripped of its own walls and formally forbidden from rebuilding them, held under a truce with a fixed and comparatively short 10-year expiration, rather than any permanent settlement, won by an excommunicated man whose own spiritual standing to lead a holy war the Church itself had never actually recognised, and negotiated, at least in part, out of Al-Kamil's own genuine and practical need to free his own hands for an entirely separate war against his own nephew, rather than out of any Egyptian military defeat Frederick's own modest army had actually inflicted. A peace whose own durability, this story is going to show you before the night is through, would prove considerably more fragile than its own headline achievement, recovering Jerusalem itself first appeared to promise. It is worth pausing too on how this same both-hands treatment applies with particular force to Frederick's own personal motivations, because the emperor, whatever the genuine intellectual respect several surviving sources describe him extending toward Al-Kamil, was never a purely disinterested negotiator, any more than Al-Kamil himself had ever been a purely selfless one. Frederick's own claim to the very crown of Jerusalem he was negotiating to actually occupy resting, as this story has already described, on a marriage whose own terms he had arguably violated the moment he began styling himself king, in defiance of what John of Brienne understood their own arrangement to have been, so that recovering Jerusalem served Frederick's own considerable personal and dynastic interest in legitimising a crown several of his own contemporaries already regarded as improperly, if not outright fraudulently obtained, a self-interest that does not make the treaty's own genuine achievement any less real, but that, This channel offers, as it has offered in other stories told in this room, simply as a reminder that very few of the men making history's own great decisions are ever acting from motives quite so purely principled as the story is sometimes told. It is worth pausing too on Al-Kamil's own case. Held up in the same two hands this story has already tried to hold Frederick's own case up in, because the Sultan's own generosity, exactly as this channel has already noted across the whole of the Fifth Crusade's own story, was never purely altruistic either, Al-Kamil offering in the end to trade a comparatively narrow and comparatively lightly fortified strip of Palestinian territory his own dynasty had never fully or securely integrated into its own wider administration, for the considerably more valuable and considerably more immediate benefit of a secured western frontier, while his own attention and his own resources were required for the harder and more consequential business of actually bringing Damascus back under his own family's combined control. A bargain that, once again, cost Al-Kamil considerably less than its own generous surface appearance suggested to a listener hearing this story for the first time tonight. It is worth pausing briefly on how consistent this same underlying calculation actually was across every single one of Al-Kamil's own major decisions. This story has traced across two separate crusades, because a sultan who offered Jerusalem to Pelagius in 1219 to save Damietta, who offered it again in 1220 to save the whole of the Nile Delta, and who finally offered it to Frederick in 1229 to free his own hands for Damascus, was applying, each and every time, the exact same basic principle of strategic triage this channel has already described characterizing the wider Ayyubid family's own approach to statecraft, a willingness to treat outlying, recently acquired, and only lightly integrated territory as fundamentally negotiable in service of protecting the considerably more valuable and considerably more thoroughly held core of his own empire, a single, remarkably consistent strategic philosophy that both won him, in the end, everything that actually mattered to him, and cost him, in the wider judgment of history, a reputation for weakness he never actually deserved. It is worth pausing too on how Al-Kamil's own hardliners actually received this same treaty, in a pattern this story has already asked you to notice echoing the Fifth Crusade's own considerably more openly divided debate, because several near-contemporary Arabic sources describe genuine and outspoken opposition among a portion of Al-Kamil's own senior court, religious scholars and military commanders alike, who regarded the surrender of Jerusalem, and above all the surrender of any measure of control over the Temple Mount's own surrounding city, as a betrayal of Islamic religious duty considerably graver than any purely territorial calculation could justify. Several sermons preached in Damascus and Cairo in the weeks following the treaty's own announcement, reportedly condemning the agreement in terms every bit as furious as the criticism this story has already described, Gregory IX and the Templar leadership directing at Frederick from the opposite side of this same negotiation. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same Muslim opposition actually shaped Al-Kamil's own subsequent conduct, because the Sultan, having weathered one genuine attempt on his own throne a decade earlier over accusations of excessive indecision toward the Crusaders, understood with real and hard-won personal clarity exactly how dangerous this same kind of internal religious criticism could become if left to fester unaddressed. And several modern historians suggest this same understanding shaped Al-Kamil's own considerable haste to conclude the Damascus campaign successfully in the treaty's own immediate aftermath, a visible, unambiguous military victory over his own nephew, serving in effect as a kind of political cover for the considerably less popular diplomatic concession he had just extended to Frederick, two halves of a single, carefully balanced strategic calculation, a war won in Syria to make a peace survivable in Palestine. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how this same specific pairing of concession and conquest actually looked to an ordinary resident of Cairo or Damascus, hearing news of both events arrive within the same season, because a population accustomed to measuring its own sultan's own legitimacy chiefly through visible, decisive military success would have received word of Jerusalem's own surrender and word of Damascus's own capture as two halves of a single, carefully sequenced piece of political theatre, a ruler who gave ground in one direction only to visibly and unmistakably reclaim it in another. A pattern of statecraft this channel has already shown you, Al-Kamil's own father Al-Adil practising across his own considerably longer reign, and one that son and father alike appear to have understood with real and consistent shrewdness as the actual price of being permitted by one's own restless subjects to negotiate at all. It is worth pausing briefly on one further and genuinely important asymmetry worth naming honestly before this story moves on, because whatever the real and considerable diplomatic skill this negotiation actually required on both sides, Frederick negotiated from a position Pelagius had never actually possessed, an existing decade-old precedent, well known to both parties, in which Al-Kamil had already shown himself willing, not once but twice, to extend nearly identical terms to a previous crusading army, so that Frederick's own achievement, remarkable as it genuinely was, rested in real part on simply being the first crusading leader willing to actually accept an offer the Sultan had already made available, in broadly similar shape, for the better part of a decade, a distinction this channel offers not to diminish Frederick's own genuine accomplishment, but to sharpen one final time the specific and rather narrow difference between the crusade that succeeded and the crusade that failed before it. It is worth sitting, briefly, with what this same narrow difference actually implies about the two men who stood at the centre of these two separate crusading negotiations, because it suggests that the decisive quality separating the crusade that recovered Jerusalem from the crusade that lost everything trying to recover it was never in the end some superior cleverness or some superior moral clarity Frederick possessed and Pelagius simply lacked, but something considerably plainer and considerably more available to any person in any decision of their own life, a willingness to actually recognize a good offer as a good offer when it was standing directly in front of him, rather than continuing to imagine, as Pelagius had, that something better still waited just beyond it, a distinction this whole story has now shown you mattering rather more across two separate crusades and two separate rivers than any of the grander strategic or theological arguments either side ever actually marshalled in its own defence. A crown taken up by a man no priest would touch. It is worth pausing, at real length, on the actual scene this story opened with tonight, because Frederick entered Jerusalem itself on the 17th of March, 1229, only weeks after the Treaty of Jaffa had been formally concluded, and proceeded directly to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the same church this channel has already described in earlier stories told in this room, standing at the traditional site of Christ's own crucifixion and burial, intending to be formally crowned King of Jerusalem in the single most sacred building the entire crusading movement had ever fought to reach. It is worth pausing on the genuinely awkward problem this same intention immediately ran into because no bishop or archbishop in good standing with Rome was willing to perform a coronation for a man the church itself had formally excommunicated. Gerald of Lausanne, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, having already made his own position unambiguously clear in the weeks leading up to Frederick's own arrival, so that the emperor arrived at the church that had been the entire crusading movement's own object of desire for 130 years, to find that the one thing he actually needed, a priest willing to place a crown on his own head, was the single thing his own excommunicate status made genuinely impossible to obtain. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how Frederick actually resolved this same impossible situation. Because rather than delay the coronation indefinitely, while some negotiated resolution with Rome remained pending, the emperor proceeded to crown himself, taking the royal crown of Jerusalem from where it had been placed upon the altar and setting it on his own head with his own hands. A moment several surviving accounts describe unfolding in a church that was, by this point, largely empty of the kind of ceremonial clergy and celebratory crowd that ordinarily attended a coronation of this magnitude. An emperor achieving, in a single quiet and genuinely unprecedented gesture, both the crowning triumph and the defining humiliation of his own entire crusading career in the very same motion. It is worth pausing too on Hermann von Salza's own role in this same ceremony, because the Teutonic Grand Master, standing at Frederick's own side throughout, delivered, according to several surviving accounts, a formal public address to the assembled crowd, explaining and defending the emperor's own conduct across the whole of the preceding 2 years, framing Frederick's own excommunication as an act of unjust papal hostility rather than any genuine failing on the emperor's own part, and presenting the recovery of Jerusalem itself, achieved despite that same unjust hostility, as proof enough of God's own continued favour resting on Frederick's own crusade regardless of what the Church in Rome currently chose to say about it. A genuinely bold piece of public political theatre delivered, several accounts suggest, in more than one language, so that both the German and the local Latin Christian audiences present could follow its own considerable rhetorical force. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how Gerald himself actually responded to this same self-coronation, because the Patriarch, within days of the ceremony, formally placed the entire city of Jerusalem under interdict, a canonical penalty that suspended the ordinary celebration of the sacraments across the whole of the city for as long as Frederick's own presence within its own walls continued, an act several modern historians describe as a genuinely remarkable escalation. The Church effectively declaring that the single holiest city in Christendom, having just been recovered for Christian worship after more than 4 decades of Muslim rule, could not, for the moment, actually be properly worshipped in at all, on account of the very emperor who had just recovered it. It is worth pausing too on how this same interdict actually played out in the daily life of the city across the following weeks, because ordinary Latin clergy resident in Jerusalem found themselves caught in a genuinely difficult position, formally obligated by canon law to observe the Patriarch's own interdict, and yet presiding in practical terms over a city newly filled with pilgrims who had waited years, in some cases their own entire lives, for the chance to finally pray at the holy sites this whole crusading movement had spent a century and a quarter trying to recover for them. Several accounts describing a genuinely uncomfortable stretch of weeks in which the ordinary machinery of Christian worship in the newly recovered city proceeded in a state of considerable and openly acknowledged canonical irregularity. It is worth pausing at some length on the actual physical scene inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre itself on the morning of the coronation, because several surviving accounts, thin and occasionally contradictory as they are on the finer details, still let us reconstruct enough to understand exactly what this moment must have felt like to the handful of people actually present within it. A church built, across the centuries since the First Crusade's own conquest, into a dim, close, candle-lit space of heavy stone columns and echoing vaulted ceilings, its own air thick with the smell of incense and melted wax, ordinarily filled, on any major feast day, with the sound of massed clergy chanting the full formal liturgy the occasion demanded, and instead, on this particular morning, holding only a comparatively small gathering of Frederick's own German and Sicilian retinue, Hermann von Salza at his side, and a conspicuous and genuinely striking absence of the patriarch, the bishops, and the massed Latin clergy, who would, under any ordinary circumstance, have filled every available inch of the building's own considerable floor space. It is worth pausing briefly on what Frederick himself is recorded actually wearing during the same ceremony, because several accounts describe the emperor dressed in the full imperial regalia of his own Sicilian and German rank, rather than in any garment specifically associated with the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem itself, a visual detail several modern historians read as entirely consistent with the wider pattern this story has already shown you. An emperor treating the crown of Jerusalem less as a distinct and separately held office than as one further title to be folded into his own already considerable collection of Hohenstaufen honours, a choice of dress that would have been immediately and pointedly legible to anyone actually present in that church, as a statement about exactly whose crown this really was. It is worth pausing too on the sound, or rather the absence of sound. Several accounts single out as the single most striking feature of this whole occasion, because a coronation of this magnitude held anywhere else in Christendom under ordinary circumstances would have been accompanied by bells rung across the entire city, by massed choirs, and by the kind of formal liturgical procession this channel has already described, characterising the ordinary rhythms of medieval royal ceremony, and this same coronation, held under interdict in a city whose own church bells had, by the patriarch's own explicit order, fallen entirely silent, proceeded instead in a hush several surviving accounts describe as genuinely unsettling, the single most celebrated crusading achievement in a century witnessed by considerably fewer people and marked by considerably less ceremony than an ordinary Sunday Mass in any well-attended parish church back home in Sicily or Germany would ordinarily have received. A letter that may never have been sent. It is worth pausing briefly on one further and considerably more dramatic episode several later chroniclers attach to this same period of Frederick's own stay in Jerusalem, because a number of surviving accounts, most of them written by chroniclers openly hostile to Frederick and composed somewhat after the actual events they describe, claim that the Templars, whose own institutional loyalty to Rome and whose own considerable resentment of Frederick's own excommunicate authority, this story has already described, secretly wrote to Al-Kamil proposing a plan to seize or even kill the emperor during a planned visit to the River Jordan, and that Al-Kamil, whether out of the same genuine personal regard several sources describe him holding for Frederick, or out of a shrewd calculation that honouring the treaty he had just signed served his own interest considerably better than any such betrayal would, is said to have forwarded a warning of the plot directly to Frederick himself, prompting the emperor to cancel his own planned journey and hasten his own eventual departure from the Holy Land altogether. It is worth pausing, honestly, on how much weight modern historians actually place on this same dramatic story, because the evidence behind it is genuinely thin, resting chiefly on later and openly hostile chronicle traditions with their own considerable political motive for portraying the Templars in the worst possible light, and several modern scholars treat the episode with the same careful scepticism this channel has already applied in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade to the later legend claiming Al-Kamil secretly converted to Christianity on his own deathbed, a story that may capture something true about the genuine depth of hostility between Frederick and the military orders, even if its own specific details, the letter, the warning, the cancelled journey, cannot be confirmed with anything approaching real certainty. And this channel offers it to you tonight in exactly that same careful spirit, a legend worth naming for what it reveals about how badly this particular relationship had actually soured, whether or not the specific plot it describes ever genuinely existed at all. It is worth pausing too on what this same story, true or not, actually tells us about the genuinely poisonous relationship that had developed between Frederick and the Templar leadership by the spring of 1229, because whatever the truth of any specific assassination plot, several considerably better attested sources agree that the Templars, and to a somewhat lesser extent the Hospitallers, continued to withhold anything resembling full cooperation from Frederick's own command throughout his own stay in the Holy Land, a hostility rooted, as this story has already described, in the military order's own institutional dependence on papal favour and their own genuine theological objection to an excommunicated man exercising crusading authority at all. A rift that would go on to outlast Frederick's own departure by a great many years. It is worth pausing briefly on Pedro de Montague, the Templar Grand Master actually presiding over the order during these same tense months, because he occupies, in his own quiet way, a position not unlike the one this channel has already described the Templar and Hospitaller leadership occupying during the Fifth Crusade's own final debate over Al-Kamil's offer, an institutional voice whose own considerable land-holding and considerable military resources within the Crusader states gave him real influence over the wider crusading camp's own mood, and whose own order's continued prosperity. This story has already noted depended in no small part on the continued existence of a Crusader kingdom worth defending by force, an institutional interest that aligned Pedro's own instincts rather more comfortably with continued suspicion of Frederick's own diplomacy than with any warm celebration of a peace that had, after all, been won without the military order's own considerable fighting strength ever actually being called upon at all. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and rather practical reason the Templars had for regarding a decade of secure negotiated peace with real institutional wariness, quite apart from any purely theological objection to Frederick's own excommunicate status, because a military order whose own entire purpose and whose own entire claim on the continued donations and continued recruitment that sustained its own considerable wealth across Christendom rested on the ongoing, visible necessity of defending the Holy Land by force of arms, had a genuine structural interest in a Crusader kingdom that remained under some degree of active military threat. An uncomfortable but entirely human institutional incentive, this channel has already noted shaping the military order's own conduct during the Fifth Crusade, and one that applied with equal, if considerably more quietly expressed, force to their own reception of a peace that made their own particular services, for the length of an entire decade, considerably less urgently needed than they had been at almost any other point across this whole crusading movement's own two-century history. It is worth pausing too on how this same Templar hostility eventually cooled in the years following Frederick's own departure, because the military orders, whatever their own genuine reservations about the specific circumstances of this crusade's own success, could hardly object, in the longer run, to a decade of secure and largely peaceful pilgrim traffic, flowing steadily into a city their own considerable estates and considerable commercial interests in the wider Crusader kingdom stood to benefit from every bit as much as any other institution operating there. A grudging and never fully acknowledged accommodation, this story offers as one further quieter illustration of how thoroughly even the most principled institutional objection can soften given enough time once the practical benefits of the thing objected to actually begin to accumulate. A king who left before the crowd could finish jeering. It is worth pausing at real length on Frederick's own actual departure from the Holy Land, because the Emperor sailed from Acre on the 1st of May, 1229, only weeks after his own coronation in Jerusalem, and it is worth pausing on the genuinely undignified circumstances several surviving accounts describe surrounding that same departure. Philip of Navarra, a chronicler this channel should name plainly as writing from within the Ibelin faction that had never much trusted Frederick's own authority in the first place, recording that as the Emperor made his own way through Acre toward the waiting ships, a hostile crowd gathered along his own route, and that butchers and other tradesmen of the city pelted him, According to this same hostile account, with offal and refuse as he passed, a detail modern historians treat with the same appropriate caution. This story has already applied to the Templar assassination legend, coming as it does from a source with its own considerable reason to want Frederick remembered as humiliated. On his own way out of a kingdom, several of its own barons had never fully accepted him ruling in the first place. It is worth pausing briefly on the actual reason behind this same hasty and rather undignified departure, because whatever the precise truth of the crowd and the offal, Frederick had genuine and pressing cause to leave the Holy Land as quickly as possible by the spring of 1229, news having reached him in the weeks immediately following his own coronation that his own kingdom back in Italy was at that very moment under active military invasion, an emergency considerably more dangerous to Frederick's own actual position than any lingering hostility from a Jerusalem crowd or a resentful military order could ever have posed on its own, a father-in-law leading an army against his own daughter's husband. It is worth pausing, at real length, on the genuinely striking irony this story has been quietly building toward across the whole of tonight's telling, because Pope Gregory IX, taking advantage of Frederick's own prolonged absence and his own continued excommunicate status to press what he regarded as a fully justified campaign against an emperor who had, in the Pope's own strict canonical reading, sailed on this crusade and even recovered Jerusalem itself while still formally outside the church, launched, in the winter and spring of 1229, a full military invasion of Frederick's own mainland Sicilian territories, a conflict later chroniclers came to call the War of the Keys, after the crossed papal keys carried on the banners of the invading force. It is worth naming plainly who Gregory actually placed in command of a considerable portion of that same invading army, because John of Brienne, the very father-in-law this story has already shown you, humiliated by Frederick's own effective seizure of the crown of Jerusalem, and the very man this channel has already described in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, warning wisely against a catastrophic advance that his own royal son-in-law's own promised reinforcements had helped make possible in the first place, accepted papal command of the very forces now marching into Frederick's own kingdom, a father, betrayed by marriage of the crown he had spent his own life earning, now leading an army against the very man who had taken it from him. It is worth pausing briefly on how genuinely satisfying and how genuinely uncomfortable this same turn of events must have felt to John of Brienne himself, because this channel has already asked you, earlier tonight, to hold his own quiet humiliation at Brindisi in mind across the long months of negotiation and coronation that followed, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with how directly this moment answers that same earlier betrayal. A man who had spent years defending a fragile frontier kingdom for a crown. He was never quite permitted to fully hold, given, at last, an army of his own to command, not against the Sultan he had once wisely counselled patience toward, but against the son-in-law whose own marriage had cost him everything he had actually wanted to keep. It is worth pausing, at real length, on the specific and rather remarkable career move Gregory actually offered John in exchange for accepting command of this same papal army, because the Pope, recognising in John of Brienne exactly the kind of experienced, battle-tested royal figure his own campaign against Frederick genuinely needed, is recorded discussing with him, across these same months, the possibility of an entirely new crown altogether, one this story has already told you. In an earlier account, John would eventually accept in his own old age the considerably grander and considerably more prestigious office of Latin Emperor of Constantinople, a genuinely striking offer to make to a man only recently stripped of one crown, and one that suggests Gregory himself understood, with real political shrewdness, exactly how useful a humiliated and genuinely aggrieved former king could prove as an ally, provided the church was willing to offer him something to actually replace what marriage and misfortune together had already taken from him. It is worth pausing too on how this same offer must have struck John himself, weighing, in the same season he commanded an army against his own son-in-law, an entirely new and considerably grander throne being dangled in front of him by the very institution whose own earlier arrangement had cost him his first one. A genuinely remarkable turn of fortune for a man. This story has already shown you spending the better part of 2 decades defending a kingdom that barely existed at all outside its own fortified port cities, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with how strange it must have felt to John, in this single winter, to watch his own life's fortunes pivot so completely, from humiliated regent to army commander to prospective emperor, all within the space of a few short months. A reminder this channel has already offered in other stories told in this room, that even the most quietly persistent lives can turn, sometimes, on a single season's worth of other people's own considerably grander political calculations. It is worth pausing at some length on the sheer strangeness of the actual timing this whole invasion represents, because Gregory ordered his own papal forces into Frederick's own mainland territory in the early weeks of 1229, at almost precisely the same moment Frederick himself was concluding the actual negotiations that would recover Jerusalem, so that for a period of several weeks that whole winter, an excommunicated emperor was simultaneously winning, through patient diplomacy, the single greatest prize this entire crusading movement had ever sought, while the very Pope who had once commissioned that same crusade was actively at war with him on an entirely separate front thousands of miles away, 2 conflicts unfolding on 2 different continents under the banner of the same unresolved dispute. A genuinely remarkable illustration of just how completely Gregory's own personal animosity toward Frederick had come to outweigh, in the Pope's own strategic calculation, any consideration of what an actively ongoing crusade in the Emperor's own name might have suggested about the wisdom of attacking him at that exact moment. It is worth pausing too on how successfully this same papal invasion actually proceeded during the months of Frederick's own continued absence, because John's own forces, together with the wider papal army Gregory had assembled, made genuine and considerable early progress across Frederick's own mainland territories, several surviving accounts describing a number of towns and fortresses falling to the invading army with comparatively little resistance, Frederick's own local garrisons having been left, in his own prolonged absence on crusade, considerably thinner and considerably less prepared to repel a full-scale invasion than they might otherwise have been. It is worth naming briefly the specific legal and theological justification Gregory offered for launching this same invasion while Frederick was still actively engaged in recovering Jerusalem for Christendom, because the Pope argued, with the same exacting canon law precision this story has already described shaping his own earlier decision to excommunicate Frederick in the first place, that an excommunicated man held no legitimate claim to rule any Christian territory at all, Sicily included, so that the invasion of Frederick's own kingdom was framed, in Gregory's own formal correspondence, not as an act of simple political opportunism, but as the Church's own rightful reclamation of a realm whose own ruler had, by his own continued excommunicate status, forfeited his own legitimate title to govern it, an argument several of Frederick's own defenders, Hermann von Salza chief among them, denounced as a transparent pretext for territorial ambition dressed up in the language of canon law. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific towns and territories this same papal invasion actually captured during Frederick's own absence, because several surviving Sicilian chronicles describe papal forces advancing successfully through a considerable stretch of the Terra di Lavoro and the wider Campania, taking a number of fortified towns whose own garrisons, uncertain of their own loyalty to an excommunicated and physically absent king, offered considerably less resistance than Frederick's own considerable military reputation might otherwise have led an invading force to expect, John of Brienne himself, by several accounts, conducting this same campaign with a competence and a thoroughness that reflected all the hard-won military experience this channel has already described him, accumulating across his own years, defending the Crusader kingdom's own precarious frontier. It is worth pausing briefly on how quickly this same military situation reversed itself once Frederick actually returned, because the Emperor, arriving back in Italy in June of 1229, only weeks after his own hasty departure from Acre, moved with a speed and a decisiveness several contemporary accounts describe as genuinely remarkable, rapidly reorganizing his own military forces and reclaiming across the following months nearly all of the territory the papal invasion had managed to seize during his own absence, a swift and largely successful counter-campaign that left Gregory's own military position by the autumn of 1229 considerably weaker than it had been only months earlier when Frederick himself still remained an ocean away in the Holy Land. It is worth pausing too on what this same rapid reversal actually meant for John of Brienne personally, because the very general whose own early campaign had achieved such genuine and considerable success found himself within only a handful of months presiding over the collapse of nearly everything that same campaign had won. A second considerable military disappointment layered atop the earlier loss of his own crown, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with how genuinely difficult this same reversal must have felt to a man who had already, by this stage of his own long and eventful life, watched one crusade collapse at Mansoura under a legate's own stubborn refusal, watched his own crown pass quietly to his own son-in-law, and now watched a second campaign, one he had actually commanded himself rather than merely advised, dissolve nearly as quickly as it had been won. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and rather remarkable speed with which Frederick managed this whole reversal, because several modern military historians attribute it directly to the same centralized, professionally administered Sicilian bureaucracy. This story has already described Frederick building in the years before this crusade, an emperor able to call up trained troops, secure fresh funding, and coordinate a rapid counter-offensive through an administrative machinery considerably more efficient than the comparatively improvised feudal levies most of his own royal contemporaries would have had to rely on in a comparable emergency, a demonstration in the middle of a genuine domestic crisis of exactly the kind of systematic hands-on governance this whole story has already shown you shaping nearly every other decision of Frederick's own reign. It is worth pausing too on how directly ordinary Sicilian and southern Italian towns actually experienced this same rapid reconquest, because several surviving local chronicles describe towns that had only recently, and often reluctantly, submitted to the invading papal army, now facing Frederick's own returning forces in turn. Ordinary townspeople caught, within the space of a single year, between two successive occupying armies, each claiming to represent the legitimate authority they owed their own loyalty to. A genuinely disorienting experience this channel has already shown you ordinary populations enduring in other stories told in this room. Ordinary people forced to repeatedly recalculate, town by town and often week by week, which distant, quarrelling authority actually held the power to punish them for guessing wrong. A peace made twice in 1 year. It is worth pausing at real length on how this same conflict between Emperor and Pope was actually resolved, because Frederick, having successfully reversed the papal invasion of his own territory, pursued reconciliation with Gregory rather than continued open war. A genuinely pragmatic choice several modern historians attribute to Frederick's own recognition that a permanent open breach with the papacy, carried risks to his own wider imperial authority that even a successful military campaign against papal forces in southern Italy could not fully offset. Negotiations that culminated in the summer of 1230 in the Treaty of San Germano and the closely related Peace of Ceprano, formal agreements under which Frederick made a series of concessions regarding church property and ecclesiastical authority within his own Sicilian kingdom, in exchange for which Gregory formally lifted the excommunication that had hung over Frederick's own entire crusade from its very first departure, through its own celebrated conclusion in Jerusalem. It is worth pausing briefly on how strange this same sequence of events actually is, considered end to end, because it means that Frederick's own single greatest crusading achievement, the recovery of Jerusalem itself, was accomplished entirely while the emperor remained under formal excommunication, and that the Church only formally recognised him as a Christian in good standing again after he had already crowned himself king of a city the excommunication had specifically prevented any priest from crowning him king of in the first place. A genuinely peculiar sequence this channel offers as one further, quieter illustration of how thoroughly institutional legitimacy and actual achievement could come unmoored from one another across this whole crusading era. An emperor spending years as a spiritual outcast for a delay largely caused by genuine illness, only to be readmitted to the Church's own good graces not for any specific act of penance, but for a set of largely unrelated political concessions regarding property and clerical appointments back home in Sicily. It is worth pausing too on how this same reconciliation was actually received by the wider crusading and clerical establishment. This story has already shown you so thoroughly divided over Frederick's own conduct, because Gregory's own decision to lift the excommunication, whatever the genuine relief it brought to churchmen uncomfortable with the underlying theological irregularity of an excommunicated crusader's own continued rule, did remarkably little, in practical terms, to actually resolve the deeper questions this whole episode had raised about what it actually meant for a crusade to succeed, questions this story is going to return to before the night is through, once we have finished tracing what actually happened to the peace Frederick had negotiated in his own absence from Rome's own good graces, a homecoming with no bells rung for it either. It is worth pausing briefly before this story turns to the decade of unusual peace this treaty actually produced, on how Frederick's own return to Italy was actually received by the wider public across Germany and Sicily alike, because this channel has already described, in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, the genuine and widely shared outpouring of celebration Honorius III once ordered held across the whole of Christendom on learning that Damietta had fallen, bells rung and special masses celebrated in cathedral cities from Rome to the Rhineland, and it is worth naming plainly that Frederick's own considerably greater achievement, the actual recovery of Jerusalem itself, received nothing remotely comparable. No formal thanksgiving ordered from Rome, no coordinated wave of celebratory sermons. The Church's own official silence on the matter of Frederick's own excommunicate status extending, in practical terms, into a genuine and rather pointed silence on the matter of celebrating what that same excommunicated man had actually achieved. It is worth pausing too on how ordinary German and Sicilian subjects actually did choose to mark this same news, in the absence of any official church-sanctioned celebration, because several surviving town chronicles and private letters from across Frederick's own territories describe spontaneous, locally organised celebrations breaking out upon news of the treaty's own signing reaching home. Bonfires and informal gatherings several accounts describe as considerably warmer and considerably more genuine than anything Rome ever organised on Frederick's own behalf. Ordinary people who had in many cases watched sons and husbands depart on this same crusade, choosing to celebrate a peaceful and bloodless recovery of Jerusalem on their own initiative, entirely apart from, and in some cases in open defiance of, their own local clergy's own considerably more cautious official stance. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same muted official reception actually compares with the considerably warmer welcome several other European courts extended Frederick as he made his own way back through Italy toward Germany, because a number of secular rulers, several of them the same crowned heads who had found Frederick's own earlier public letter against Gregory genuinely persuasive, received the returning emperor with real and evident honour, a reception several modern historians read as further confirmation of just how isolated Gregory's own harshest critics believed the Pope had actually made himself across the whole of this long and bitter controversy, secular Christendom in considerable part, prepared to celebrate an emperor's own genuine achievement, even where the Church that had once sent men crusading in the first place remained determined not to. Letters home, and the ordinary men and women who wrote them. It is worth pausing, before this story follows its own great and complicated figures to their own individual conclusions, on the far more ordinary experience of the pilgrims and settlers who actually lived, for the 10 years this treaty's own truce actually lasted, inside the strange and genuinely unusual peace Frederick had negotiated, because the sources that survive from these years, thinner and less dramatic than the letters this channel has already described preserving something of the ordinary soldier's own experience during the Fifth Crusade, still let us glimpse a genuinely remarkable period in this whole crusading movement's own history, a decade in which ordinary Christian pilgrims could travel to Jerusalem, pray at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and return home again without a single sword having to be drawn on their own behalf along the way. It is worth naming briefly the specific texture of daily life several surviving pilgrim accounts describe encountering in this newly reopened city, because Jerusalem under the terms of this treaty remained, in practical terms, a genuinely mixed and genuinely unusual place. Its own Christian population still comparatively thin given the decades of Muslim rule that had preceded this treaty, and given the city's own continued lack of any real defensive fortification, its own Muslim residents and religious authorities continuing to administer the Temple Mount exactly as the treaty had specified, and its own daily rhythms of trade, prayer, and ordinary neighbourly interaction between communities that this whole crusading movement's own rhetoric had generally described in far starker and far more adversarial terms than the actual lived experience on the ground. This channel has already noted in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade ever quite managed to capture. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely moving experience several surviving letters describe among ordinary pilgrims finally reaching a Jerusalem their own grandparents' generation had last seen recovered under the First Crusade a full century and a quarter earlier. A homecoming several accounts describe producing genuine tears among travellers who had grown up hearing this same city described, in sermon after sermon across their own entire lives, as a place their own faith demanded they long for without any real expectation of actually seeing it themselves, and who found, upon finally arriving, a city considerably smaller, considerably more modest, and considerably more thoroughly shared with its own Muslim residents than the grand, purely Christian Jerusalem of crusading legend had generally led them to imagine. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific practical route several surviving pilgrim itineraries describe travellers actually following to reach the city during this same decade, because a pilgrim arriving by sea at Acre, the same cosmopolitan port this story has already described Frederick himself arriving through, would typically travel overland along the very corridor of towns the Treaty of Jaffa had specifically secured, through Haifa and along the coast to Jaffa itself, before turning inland toward Jerusalem through Ramla and Lydda, a route several surviving accounts describe as considerably safer and considerably more heavily travelled during this decade than at almost any other point in this whole crusading movement's own 2-century history. Ordinary merchants, local guides, and modest roadside hostels springing up along its own length to serve a volume of pilgrim traffic the region had not seen since long before Saladin's own reconquest. A quiet, practical infrastructure of peace. This whole story's own grander diplomatic narrative rarely pauses to notice, but one that mattered enormously to the ordinary travellers actually walking that same road. It is worth naming too, one or two of the more specific voices these same thin but genuine sources allow us to glimpse. Not because any single one of them changed the course of this crusade in any way the great chronicles thought worth recording, but because this channel has always believed, across every story it has told you in this room, that the ordinary and the unremarkable deserve at least a moment of the same attention the emperors and the sultans receive. A German pilgrim recorded in one surviving account describing his own considerable surprise at finding Muslim worshippers moving freely and peacefully across the Temple Mount, even as Christian pilgrims prayed only a short distance away at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a coexistence this same pilgrim, by his own account, had genuinely never expected to witness, and struggled, in his own letter home, to explain to family and neighbours who'd spent their own entire lives hearing this same conflict described in considerably simpler and considerably more absolute terms. It is worth naming too a second figure these same fragmentary records allow us to glimpse only briefly, a Sicilian knight who had accompanied Frederick's own retinue east, and who remained behind in the Holy Land for several years after the Emperor's own hasty departure, one of a modest number of Frederick's own soldiers who chose, according to a surviving property grant preserved among the Crusader kingdom's own administrative records, to settle permanently in the newly reopened city rather than return home, taking a small holding of land near Bethlehem and marrying, several scholars who have studied these same fragmentary records suggest, into one of the local Christian families who had continued living in the region straight through the decades of Muslim rule that preceded this treaty. A small and quiet act of actual, lived resettlement, this channel finds considerably more moving, in its own way, than any of the grand ceremonial language the treaty's own formal text ever employed. It is worth naming too a third and final voice worth pausing on before this story moves toward its own uncounted dead, a merchant of Pisa, whose own surviving business correspondence describes, in the dry and entirely unsentimental language of ordinary commerce, the considerable new trading opportunity this same decade of peace opened up for the Italian merchant republics this channel has already described competing for advantage within Constantinople during the events of the Fourth Crusade. Jerusalem's own reopened pilgrim traffic proving, in strictly commercial terms, a genuinely lucrative business for merchants prepared to supply travellers with the food, lodging and devotional goods a decade of renewed pilgrimage suddenly required. A reminder this channel has already offered in other stories told in this room, that peace, however fragile and however contested among the men negotiating it, tends to be received rather differently by the ordinary merchants and travellers actually living underneath it. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific texture of religious devotion these same years produced among the ordinary Christian pilgrims actually walking that reopened road, because a great many of the surviving pilgrim accounts from this decade describe that experience of Jerusalem not chiefly in terms of the treaty's own considerable diplomatic novelty, a detail several of these same ordinary travellers scarcely mention at all, but in terms of the specific, intensely personal religious experience of finally standing at the traditional site of the crucifixion, of praying at the tomb this whole crusading movement had spent a century and a quarter fighting to reach. A faith this channel offers neither to celebrate uncritically nor to dismiss as simple naivety, but simply to record honestly the way this channel has tried to record the genuine and complicated inner lives of ordinary people in every one of its stories, told across these long nights in this room. A reminder that for the pilgrims actually walking that road, the treaty's own considerable diplomatic strangeness mattered rather less than the simple, overwhelming fact of finally, after a lifetime of longing, actually arriving. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same unusual coexistence was received back among the more zealous corners of European Christendom, because several surviving sermons and letters from this same decade describe real and ongoing discomfort among churchmen who had spent their own careers preaching crusades as wars of total conquest and total conversion, at the idea of Christian pilgrims sharing Jerusalem's own holiest ground with Muslim worshippers under a treaty negotiated by an excommunicated emperor, a discomfort several modern historians suggest fed directly into the wider clerical suspicion of this whole crusade's own legitimacy that this story has already shown you shaping Gregory's own initial reaction, and would go on to shape how this crusade was remembered for centuries afterward. It is worth pausing at some length on the actual physical texture of Jerusalem itself across this same decade of unusual peace, because the sources that survive, thin as they generally are, still let us reconstruct something of what an ordinary day in the city must actually have felt like. A city considerably smaller and considerably quieter than the crowded, contested Jerusalem of crusading legend, its own unwalled edges blending gradually into the surrounding countryside, rather than announcing themselves with the kind of imposing fortification this channel has already described, characterizing Damietta's own double wall circuit during the Fifth Crusade, its own markets, according to several surviving pilgrim accounts, selling a mixture of goods reflecting the same working coexistence this story has already noted. Christian pilgrims purchasing devotional souvenirs from Muslim craftsmen who had lived in the city their entire lives, and Muslim residents continuing to draw water from the same wells until the same surrounding fields their own families had worked for generations under whichever rule happened to be governing the city in any given decade. It is worth naming too one further and genuinely striking figure these same thin sources allow us to glimpse, a widowed Christian settler recorded in one surviving property record as having returned to Jerusalem in the years immediately following the treaty to reclaim a small parcel of land her own family had once held, before the city's own earlier loss to Saladin's forces during the events this channel has already described in an earlier story told in this room. A woman navigating, in her own quiet and entirely unrecorded way, the genuinely complicated legal and practical business of re-establishing a claim to property that had passed through more than one set of hands across the 4 intervening decades. A small and human illustration of exactly how much ordinary, unglamorous legal and domestic reconstruction a single treaty's own grand territorial clauses actually required to translate into anything resembling a functioning lived-in city. It is worth pausing too on the specific sound this same city must have offered any pilgrim actually standing within it during these years, several accounts describing with a texture this channel has already shown you trying to preserve in other stories told in this room. The particular overlapping rhythm of 2 religious communities calling their own faithful to prayer within a single shared urban space. The Muslim call to prayer sounding from the Temple Mount's own minarets at its own appointed hours, even as Christian bells, once the worst of the interdict's own restrictions had eased with Frederick's own eventual departure, resumed ringing from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and the city's own other Latin churches. 2 calls to 2 different faiths, sounding out across the very same narrow streets. A coexistence in sound alone that several modern historians suggest captures, better than any single clause of the treaty's own written text, exactly what made this particular decade of peace so genuinely unusual within the whole 2-century sweep of this crusading movement's own history. The uncounted, and what a bloodless crusade still cost. It is worth pausing at real length on the specific and often overlooked truth that even a crusade remembered, by most modern accounts, as bloodless did not actually arrive at that outcome without cost, because this channel has always tried, in every story it has told you across these long nights in this room, to hold space for the uncounted and the unnamed alongside the emperors and the sultans whose own decisions actually made the history books, and this particular crusade's own uncounted dead begin considerably earlier than the actual negotiation this story has spent tonight describing in the disease-ravaged assembly camp at Brindisi and Otranto in the late summer of 1227, where a considerable number of ordinary soldiers and pilgrims, along with Ludwig of Thuringia himself, died before the crusade they had travelled so far to join had even properly begun. A toll several surviving accounts describe as genuinely severe, even though it produced in strict military terms no battle at all. It is worth pausing too on the considerable and largely uncounted cost this same period exacted on the Ayyubid side of this story, because Al-Kamil's own campaign against his nephew and Nasir Dawood, the very family conflict this story has already shown you shaping the Sultan's own willingness to negotiate so generously with Frederick, produced its own separate and entirely unrelated toll of Syrian and Egyptian soldiers killed across the fighting for Damascus that followed close on the heels of the Treaty of Jaffa itself. Casualties this whole crusading movement's own Latin Christian chroniclers, preoccupied entirely with events in Jerusalem and Acre, scarcely mention at all, and that survive today, where they survive chiefly in the considerably less detailed Arabic accounts of this same internal Ayyubid conflict. It is worth pausing at real length on what actually became of An-Nasir Dawood once this same siege of Damascus concluded, because Al-Kamil and Al-Ashraf together did succeed, within months of the Treaty of Jaffa's own signing, in forcing their own nephew to surrender the city, and it is worth naming plainly the specific compensation Al-Kamil actually offered him in exchange for giving up his own father's own capital without a longer and more destructive fight, a grant of the fortress city of Kerak and the surrounding castles of the Transjordan, the very same eastern strongholds this channel has already described in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, Cardinal Pelagius citing as his own genuine and not entirely unreasonable justification for refusing Al-Kamil's own earlier peace offer, the fortifications Pelagius had insisted no lasting Christian kingdom could survive without, handed instead in this second and considerably more successful round of negotiation, not to Frederick's own crusade at all, but to a defeated Ayyubid prince as his own consolation prize for losing Damascus. It is worth naming briefly that Kerak itself was no obscure or minor fortress in this whole crusading movement's own longer memory, because this same castle had once served, in the decades before Saladin's own rise, as the personal stronghold of Reynold of Chatillon, the reckless Crusader lord whose own repeated raiding of Muslim pilgrim caravans this channel may yet have occasion to describe more fully in a future story of Saladin's own eventual conquest of Jerusalem, so that the fortress passing in this second and considerably quieter round of Ayyubid family diplomacy into the hands of a defeated Muslim prince, rather than into any renewed Christian grasp, carries its own small ironic weight. The same stones that had once sheltered one of the most aggressively anti-Muslim lords this whole crusading era ever produced, now serving as the comfortable consolation prize of an Ayyubid family settlement that had just, in the very same season, handed Jerusalem itself back to Christian pilgrims without a single arrow loosed. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how strange and how quietly instructive this same detail actually is, because it means that the specific fortifications an entire crusading army had once been asked to sacrifice everything it had won in order to secure remained across this whole second and considerably more successful crusade, exactly where they had always been, in Muslim hands, without Frederick's own negotiators ever seriously attempting to reclaim them at all, a silence in the historical record several modern historians find genuinely revealing, suggesting that the castles east of the Jordan mattered, in the end, rather less to the practical, day-to-day survival of a restored Christian Jerusalem than Pelagius's own impassioned military argument had once insisted they did. A quiet, retrospective verdict on one side of that whole earlier debate. This story has already asked you to hold in both hands, delivered not by any historian's own later judgment, but by the simple fact that the peace which actually held for a decade never once depended on holding them. It is worth pausing, too, on how this same Transjordan settlement actually functioned across the following years, because An-Nasir Dawood, ruling from Kerak as a considerably diminished but still genuinely significant regional prince, would go on himself, within a decade, to play a role in the very Khwarezmian catastrophe. This story has already described devastating Jerusalem in 1244, several Arabic sources describing him allying in the fractured and increasingly desperate politics of the late 1230s, with the same displaced Khwarezmian forces that would go on to sack the Holy City. A former claimant to Damascus turned, by the pressures of a full generation of Ayyubid family in fighting this whole story, has now traced across two separate crusades into one further contributor to the catastrophe that finally undid everything Frederick's own patient negotiation had purchased. It is worth pausing briefly on the ordinary residents of Jerusalem itself across this same decade, because the city's own considerable population of native Christians and Muslims who had continued living within its own walls straight through the decades of Muslim rule that preceded this treaty found themselves, upon Frederick's own arrival, suddenly and formally reorganised under an unusual and legally complicated joint arrangement. Neither community had actually chosen for itself, ordinary residents navigating in their own daily lives a genuinely unprecedented legal patchwork of Christian civil authority layered over continued Muslim religious administration of the city's own holiest site, a burden of practical, everyday adjustment. This story's own grand diplomatic narrative rarely pauses to consider, but one several surviving local records suggest produced real and ongoing friction, even during the years this treaty is generally remembered as having kept the peace. It is worth pausing too on whose ledger actually bore the deepest financial cost of this entire crusade, because the 100,000 ounces of gold Frederick had pledged as a bond back at San Germano in 1225, together with the considerable ongoing expense of maintaining his own promised garrison of 1,000 knights in the Holy Land, drew, in the final accounting, on the same Sicilian royal treasury. This story has already described Frederick governing with unusually close personal attention, a financial burden that fell, in practical terms, on the ordinary taxpayers and tenants of Frederick's own Sicilian kingdom considerably more directly than on the emperor's own person. A familiar and rather uncomfortable pattern this channel has already noted in other stories told in this room, where the cost of a great campaign and the glory eventually attached to it rarely rest, in the actual practice of medieval statecraft, in quite the same hands. It is worth pausing at some length on the ordinary Egyptian farmers and labourers whose own lives this whole extended family conflict over Damascus actually touched, a population this story has not yet paused on directly tonight, because an Ayyubid confederation fighting a war on two fronts, holding a fragile peace with a crusading emperor in Palestine while simultaneously besieging its own family's rival claimant in Syria, drew the greater share of its own considerable military expenditure, exactly as this channel has already described the Fifth Crusade's own crusading army doing on the opposite side of this same conflict, from the ordinary agricultural taxation of villages and farmland that had no direct stake whatsoever in which particular member of the ruling Ayyubid family actually governed Damascus in any given year, peasant households across Egypt and southern Syria alike contributing, through the ordinary and largely invisible mechanism of taxation in kind and taxation in coin, the grain and the silver that actually paid for the soldiers, the siege engines and the considerable diplomatic gifts, the elephant among them. This story has already described passing between Al-Kamil's court and Frederick's own, a burden that fell, as this whole story's own recurring pattern has already shown you across both the Christian and the Muslim side of this conflict, on people whose own names the surviving chronicles never once thought to record, and whose own daily hardship purchased without their own knowledge or their own consent, the very peace this story has spent tonight describing as bloodless, a peace that was bloodless only in the narrow and specific sense that no soldier's own blood was actually spilled to secure it, and not in the considerably wider sense that no ordinary person anywhere actually paid for it at all. It is worth pausing too on the specific and largely uncounted toll the War of the Keys itself exacted on ordinary people who had no stake at all in the quarrel between an emperor and a pope, because the fighting this story has already described sweeping across a considerable stretch of Frederick's own mainland territories in the summer of 1229 burned crops, disrupted trade, and displaced ordinary tenant farmers and townspeople across exactly the kind of ordinary agricultural landscape this channel has already shown you in earlier stories told in this room, bearing the quiet and rarely recorded cost of medieval warfare fought in the name of considerably grander men's own, considerably grander disputes, a domestic war fought entirely because of a crusade meant to bring peace, landing its own real and immediate damage on people who had never asked for either. It is worth pausing briefly on the ordinary soldiers who actually fought on both sides of this same Italian conflict, because a considerable number of the men John of Brienne commanded in Gregory's own name, and a considerable number of the men Frederick called up in turn to reclaim his own territory, were drawn from the very same Sicilian and southern Italian population, whose own loyalty, in the ordinary run of things, belonged to Frederick's own crown, so that the War of the Keys carried, for a great many of the ordinary men actually fighting in it, an unusually personal and unusually uncomfortable quality this channel has already shown you, shaping other conflicts across its earlier stories told in this room, neighbours and, in some documented cases, actual kinsmen finding themselves on opposite sides of a fight. Neither side's own foot soldiers had any real hand in starting. How we actually know all of this? It is worth pausing, before we move any further into the reflection this story still owes you, on exactly how we know the specific details this whole account has just walked you through. Because the sources that survive this crusade, like the sources surviving nearly every campaign this channel has described across its several long nights in this room, carry their own particular loyalties and their own particular blind spots that shape, in ways worth naming honestly, exactly what kind of story they were each actually capable of telling. Philip of Navarra, the chronicler this story is already named as the source for Frederick's own genuinely undignified departure through the streets of Acre, wrote from deep within the Ibelin faction of the Crusader state's own local baronage, a family this channel has already described possessing generations of hard-earned local experience and considerable resentment toward the newly arrived imperial authority Frederick represented, a perspective that gives his own chronicle real and valuable ground-level detail about local sentiment, even as it colours nearly every specific anecdote it preserves about Frederick himself with an evident and rarely disguised hostility. It is worth naming too Richard of San Germano, a chronicler writing from within Frederick's own Sicilian kingdom, whose own considerably more sympathetic account of the emperor's own conduct provides a useful counterweight to Philip of Navarra's own considerable hostility, Richard's own chronicle offering in particular a genuinely detailed and generally well-regarded account of the actual military and diplomatic manoeuvring of the War of the Keys back in Italy. the very conflict this story has already described John of Brienne commanding papal forces against, a perspective closer to Friedrich's own imperial court than to the Crusader states themselves, and one that consequently tells us rather more about the Italian side of this story than about the actual day-to-day texture of the negotiation in the Holy Land. It is worth naming too the English chroniclers Roger of Wendover and, somewhat later, Matthew Paris, whose own accounts, written from a considerable geographic and political distance from the actual events they describe, preserve a number of the more dramatic and considerably less reliable details this story has already treated with appropriate caution tonight. The Templar assassination legend chief among them, a reminder this channel has already offered in other stories told in this room, that distance from an event in both space and time tends to produce chronicles considerably richer in dramatic narrative colour and considerably poorer in verified first-hand detail. It is worth naming, finally, the considerable body of surviving Arabic language sources for this same period, the historian Ibn Wasil chief among them, a Syrian scholar who would go on, remarkably, to actually visit Frederick's own Sicilian court himself some years after this crusade had concluded, giving his own eventual chronicle an unusually well-informed perspective on the emperor's own personal character and his own genuine intellectual interests, alongside the considerably more critical account of the Damascene chronicler Sibt ibn al-Jawzi, who preserves, in genuinely vivid and rather scandalized terms, the real depth of anger several segments of Muslim opinion felt toward Al-Kamil's own decision to hand back Jerusalem, including the holy precinct of the Temple Mount's own surrounding city, a reminder that the Treaty of Jaffa's own generous terms provoked genuine controversy and genuine grief on the Muslim side of this negotiation every bit as real as the discomfort this same treaty produced among Frederick's own Christian critics, each side's own hardliners finding, in this single bloodless peace, exactly the kind of dangerous, principle-compromising concession their own more militant counterparts on the opposite side had spent this whole story insisting could never actually be trusted. It is worth pausing briefly on how these same Arabic sources actually describe Frederick himself, because the picture that emerges from the Muslim side of this conflict is, in its own way, every bit as complicated as the picture this story has already tried to paint of him from the Christian side. Several Arabic chroniclers describing the emperor with a genuine and evident admiration for his own scholarly interests and his own personal courtesy, Ibn Wasil in particular recording, with real warmth, anecdotes of Frederick's own curiosity about Islamic philosophy and Islamic scientific learning, even as these same chroniclers note, without any apparent contradiction, that the emperor's own actual knowledge of Arabic and of the finer points of Islamic theology was, by the more exacting standards of Al-Kamil's own court scholars, considerably less complete than European legend would later come to claim on his behalf, a more modest and more human portrait than the Stupa Mundi legend generally allows. It is worth naming, too, one further Latin source, worth knowing by name for anyone who ever wishes to read further into this same story. The anonymous continuation of William of Tyre's own great chronicle of the Crusader states, generally known today by the name of the manuscript that preserves its own fullest surviving version. The Rothelin continuation, a text compiled across these same decades by writers working, like the Histoire d'Héracle this channel has already named in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, from within the Crusader state's own local society, rather than from the visiting perspective of Frederick's own imperial court, and offering, in its own considerably more sympathetic to the baronage account of these same events, a genuinely valuable counterweight to the more overtly imperial framing several of the German and Sicilian sources this story has already named tend to bring to Frederick's own conduct, a chronicle tradition several modern historians regard as preserving, better than almost any other single surviving source, the actual texture of how the Crusader state's own long-settled Christian population experienced this whole strange and unusually bloodless crusade as it actually unfolded around them, rather than how it looked from the considerably greater distance of Rome or Palermo. It is worth naming, too, the honest gaps running through all of this. The ordinary Jerusalem residents, Christian and Muslim alike, whose own individual names appear nowhere in any surviving chronicle at all. The anonymous scribes and administrators who actually had to work out, in practical day-to-day terms, neither Frederick's own court nor Al-Kamil's ever bothered to record, exactly how a city under joint and carefully negotiated religious custody was actually meant to function on an ordinary Tuesday morning, when a property dispute arose, when a Christian and a Muslim resident disagreed over a shared well or a shared boundary wall. Questions this whole treaty's own grand diplomatic language answered only in the broadest outline, leaving the actual granular work of making two communities' own coexistence genuinely function to people whose own contribution to this crusade's own eventual success survives, if it survives at all, only in the impersonal collective silence of a peace that simply held for 10 years, without anyone troubling to record exactly how. 10 years, and the clock that was always going to run out. It is worth pausing at real length on what actually happened once this same treaty's own carefully specified duration finally came to its own end, because the truce Frederick had negotiated at Jaffa was never intended, by either side, as a permanent settlement, its own explicit 10-year, 5-month term expiring in the summer of 1239. And it is worth pausing on how directly this same built-in expiration shaped everything this crusade would ultimately come to mean in the wider sweep of this crusading movement's own history. A peace whose own success, however genuine, was never actually designed to outlast a single decade. It is worth pausing briefly on what happened when that same decade actually ran out, because a fresh crusading expedition, one this channel may yet have occasion to tell you the fuller story of in some future night in this room, gathered under the leadership of Theobald IV, Count of Champagne, and later Richard of Cornwall, brother to the King of England, arriving in the Holy Land in the years immediately following the truce's own expiration and managing, through a further round of negotiation with Al-Kamil's own successors, to secure a renewed and in some respects even more favourable territorial settlement than Frederick's own original treaty had provided. A fragile extension of the same basic bloodless diplomacy approach this crusade had first demonstrated could actually work. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same later expedition's own strategy actually drew on the specific precedent this story has spent tonight describing, because the barons who negotiated this renewed settlement in 1239 and 1240 explicitly understood themselves to be building on Frederick's own earlier treaty rather than starting from nothing. A piece of institutional learning several modern historians read as one of Frederick's own crusade's quieter but genuinely important legacies. Proof, circulated among the Crusader state's own surviving leadership, that negotiation could actually hold and actually deliver results a purely military campaign had repeatedly failed to secure across this whole crusading movement's own earlier history. It is worth pausing too on the specific instability that made this same renewed settlement so much harder to actually sustain than Frederick's own original agreement had proven to be, because the wider Ayyubid confederation, by the early 1240s, had fractured considerably further than it had been during even the family disputes this story has already described shaping both Al-Kamil's own reign and Al-Kamil's own predecessors, rival Ayyubid princes now competing openly for control of Egypt and Syria alike, a fragmentation that left no single dominant sultan with anything resembling Al-Kamil's own combination of authority and inclination to actually honour a negotiated peace with the Crusader states once it had been signed. It is worth naming, briefly, Theobald IV himself, because he occupies a genuinely interesting position in this whole story's own longer arc. A Count of Champagne and, through inheritance King of Navarre, a nobleman better remembered today by those who remember him at all as one of the more accomplished vernacular poets of his own generation than as a crusading commander, a background considerably closer, in its own way, to Frederick's own combination of scholarly and martial interest than to the straightforward warrior kings. This whole crusading movement had generally sent east across its earlier campaigns, and it is worth naming too that Theobald's own crusade, whatever its own genuine accomplishments, arrived to find the Crusader state's own local baronage still every bit as fractious and every bit as internally divided, as this story has already shown you them being during Frederick's own time at Acre, a decade earlier. An old and evidently durable pattern this whole crusading movement never did manage to fully resolve. It is worth pausing briefly on how Richard of Cornwall's own subsequent negotiation actually built on Theobald's own earlier and only partially successful diplomacy, because Richard, arriving in the Holy Land in 1241 after Theobald's own expedition, had already returned home, negotiated directly with the by then considerably weakened Ayyubid leadership a further and for a brief period genuinely favourable settlement restoring a number of additional territories to Christian control, a negotiation several modern historians describe as the last genuine high water mark of the Crusader kingdom's own territorial extent, restored one final time through exactly the kind of patient, personally conducted diplomacy. This whole story has spent tonight showing you Frederick pioneering. Before the Khwarezmian catastrophe, this story has already described arrived, only 3 years later to undo it all at once. It is worth pausing, too, on how briefly this same extended peace actually managed to hold, because the wider Ayyubid Confederation itself, by the early 1240s, had grown considerably more fractured and considerably more desperate than it had been during Al-Kamil's own more settled and more confident years of rule, and the region's own Muslim rulers, increasingly willing to draw on outside military help to settle their own internal disputes, made common cause with a considerable body of Khwarezmian mercenaries, warriors originally displaced from their own homeland far to the east by the same great Mongol expansion. This channel may yet have occasion to describe in a future story of its own. Mercenaries who swept into Palestine in the summer of 1244 and sacked Jerusalem itself with a violence and a thoroughness several surviving accounts describe as considerably worse than even Saladin's own conquest of the city, back in the days of the Third Crusade, had ever actually been. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same catastrophe connects back to a detail this story has already asked you to remember twice tonight. The demolished walls of Jerusalem, torn down on Al-Mu'azzam's own order in 1219 and never fully rebuilt across the whole of the intervening quarter century, because a city stripped of its own fortifications and forbidden, under the terms of Frederick's own treaty, from rebuilding them for the better part of a decade, remained, even after that same treaty's own expiration, genuinely and catastrophically ill-equipped to withstand the kind of sudden, violent conquest the Khwarezmian sack actually represented. A vulnerability this whole story has already shown you being deliberately engineered a full quarter century earlier by a Damascene prince who understood, with real strategic foresight, exactly how little an undefended city, however solemnly recovered by treaty, could actually be relied upon to hold. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same catastrophic loss would go on to shape the next and considerably more famous chapter of this crusading movement's own history, because it was the Khwarezmian sack of 1244, and not any single earlier failure this channel has already described across its several crusading stories told in this room, that finally moved King Louis IX of France to take the cross himself and lead the Seventh Crusade, the very campaign this channel has already told you, in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, would go on to suffer its own eventual catastrophe, at the very same town of Mansoura where Pelagius's own earlier army had once been trapped by Al-Kamil's own flooding of the Nile. A strange, quiet and genuinely sobering echo, running across 4 separate decades and 3 separate crusades, the same river, the same handful of contested cities, and the same basic strategic logic playing out again and again, with different popes and different kings and different emperors on a landscape that had not, in any of the ways that actually mattered, changed at all. It is worth pausing at some length on the actual scale and character of the Khwarezmian sack itself, because several surviving accounts, Christian and Muslim alike, describe a level of violence directed specifically at Jerusalem's own Christian population that exceeded even the considerable severity this channel has already described, characterizing Saladin's own conquest of the city during the events of the Third Crusade. The Khwarezmian mercenaries, themselves a displaced and increasingly desperate people, driven from their own homeland by the Mongol expansion. This channel is already gestured toward as a story worth telling in some future night in this room, showing considerably less of the negotiated restraint this whole story has already shown you. Al-Kamil himself extending toward defeated Crusader forces, several accounts describing massacres within the city's own churches, including the desecration of tombs within the very Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This story has already asked you to picture Frederick standing inside 15 years earlier, a violence several modern historians read as reflecting less any specifically anti-Christian religious motive than the simple, brutal desperation of an uprooted mercenary force with nothing left to lose and no home of its own left to return to. It is worth pausing too on how this same catastrophe was actually received back in Europe, because the news, reaching the continent across the following months, produced a wave of genuine horror and genuine grief. Several surviving sermons and letters describe as considerably more intense and considerably more immediate than the comparatively muted reaction this channel has already described, greeting the Fifth Crusade's own quieter and less visually dramatic failure a generation earlier. A horror that drew directly, this time, on the specific and vivid detail of churches desecrated and pilgrims slaughtered. Precisely the kind of concrete, morally legible atrocity this channel has already noted in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade that Pelagius's own more abstract diplomatic failure had always lacked, and that made Lewis's own subsequent crusading vow when it came, read to his own contemporaries as an urgent moral necessity, rather than merely one more entry in a long and increasingly weary list of crusading appeals. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and rather bitter irony this same sequence of events actually represents, because the peace Frederick negotiated in 1229 had been built, from its very first clause, on the explicit premise that Jerusalem would remain undefended, a premise this story has already shown you tracing back to Al-Mu'azzam's own deliberate demolition, a full decade before Frederick ever arrived, so that the very feature of this treaty several of its own contemporary critics found least objectionable, its own careful preservation of an already established status quo regarding the city's own fortifications turned out, across the following 15 years, to be the single detail that mattered most to how catastrophically the city's own eventual loss would actually unfold. A reminder, this whole story has already offered you once before that the clauses of a treaty which seem least significant at the moment of signing sometimes prove, in the fullness of time, to be the ones that actually decide everything. It is worth pausing too on what actually became of the Crusader state's own remaining territory once Jerusalem itself was lost again in 1244, because the coastal strongholds this whole crusading movement had managed to retain, Acre chief among them, survived this same catastrophe considerably better than Jerusalem itself had, A fortified port city, this story has already described benefiting from exactly the kind of layered, deliberately maintained defences Jerusalem had been specifically denied, and it is worth naming briefly that Acre itself would go on to remain in Christian hands for a further half-century after the Khwarezmian sack, finally falling only in 1291, in a siege several modern historians regard as the true and final end of this whole two-century crusading movement, a slower, quieter extinguishing than the single dramatic loss of Jerusalem this story has spent tonight describing, but one that traces its own roots back through exactly the same recurring lesson about walls and the lack of them. This whole story has now shown you playing out twice across two separate crusades and two separate cities. A crown with no one willing to call it a victory. It is worth pausing one final time on how differently the wider crusading movement chose to remember Frederick's own achievement in the centuries that followed, because this story has already shown you, in the earlier account of the Fifth Crusade, how thoroughly that campaign's own failure faded into a comparatively obscure footnote of specialist history, and it is worth naming, honestly, that Frederick's own considerably more successful crusade has fared, in the wider popular imagination, scarcely any better, remembered, where it is remembered at all, chiefly as a strange historical curiosity, an excommunicated emperor who somehow talked his own way into Jerusalem, rather than as the genuine diplomatic triumph several modern historians argue it actually was. An asymmetry of memory this channel finds worth naming plainly, because a crusade that succeeded through patience and conversation apparently proved, across the long centuries of retelling that followed, rather less memorable to the wider popular imagination than the crusades this channel has already described succeeding and failing through blood. It is worth pausing too on how uneasily this same success sat with Frederick's own immediate contemporaries, in a way this story has already shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, but that deserves one final, explicit naming before we let this account rest, because a crusade concluded through diplomacy rather than through conquest struck a considerable number of churchmen, Gregory IX prominent among them for a period, as somehow less legitimate, less spiritually meaningful than a Jerusalem actually stormed and actually bled for, so that the single most successful crusade to reach Jerusalem since the very first, achieved without a single further drop of blood spilled for it, was led by a man his own church spent years treating not as a hero, but as a problem to be managed. It is worth pausing, at real length, on the specific reason this same discomfort ran so deep, because it touches on something this whole crusading movement's own entire 130-year history had always assumed without ever quite stating plainly, that the recovery of Jerusalem was meant to function as proof, visible and undeniable proof, of God's own favour resting on Christendom's own military and spiritual exertion, and a Jerusalem recovered instead through the patient, secular art of negotiation, by a man whose own faith a considerable number of his own contemporaries already regarded with genuine suspicion, offered no such proof at all, only the considerably more ordinary and considerably less spiritually satisfying demonstration that two reasonable men, given enough shared respect and enough shared self-interest, could generally find their own way to an agreement that armies, marching under God's own banner, had spent a century and a quarter failing to secure through force alone. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same discomfort echoes a tension this channel has already traced in other stories told in this room. The recurring difficulty this whole crusading movement's own institutional history illustrates again and again of an enterprise that understood itself at its own deepest foundation, as a war for souls finding itself repeatedly and genuinely unsettled whenever its own stated goal was actually achieved through means that looked less like holy war and more like ordinary, patient, secular statecraft. A discomfort this channel has already shown you, shaping the Church's own uneasy response to Francis of Assisi's own quiet meeting with Al-Kamil during the Fifth Crusade, and one that would go on across the centuries of crusading history still ahead of this whole movement, to resurface again and again whenever a Christian ruler achieved through diplomacy what the wider preaching tradition had always insisted only the sword could properly deliver. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same tension eventually resolved itself, in the very narrow sense that later crusading planners, this story is already noted in an earlier section told tonight, drew real and lasting institutional lessons from watching the Fifth Crusade's own divided legate and king command collapse so catastrophically at Mansoura, because those same later planners, watching Frederick's own considerably more successful negotiation unfold only a few years afterward, drew a second and equally significant lesson from this crusade in turn, that a single, unified, personally engaged royal negotiator, willing to sit and actually talk with his own opposite number, rather than negotiate at arm's length through hostile intermediaries, could achieve outcomes a divided and mutually suspicious command structure had already shown itself catastrophically unable to secure. A lesson several modern historians trace forward into the more personally conducted royal diplomacy of later crusading efforts, even as the Church itself never fully resolved its own deeper discomfort with what that same lesson actually implied about the relative value of prayer and patience against the sword. It is worth pausing one final time before this story turns to its own closing summary, on how strange it actually is that this whole crusading movement never did produce a considered, lasting institutional consensus on which of these two lessons, unified command or spiritual legitimacy, actually mattered more, because the movement's own later expeditions, Louis IX's own Seventh and eventual Eighth Crusades chief among them, continued to combine, in various uneasy proportions, the same insistence on properly authorized church-blessed leadership this story has shown you Gregory clinging to, with the same practical, hard-won appreciation for personally conducted royal diplomacy this crusade actually demonstrated never fully resolving across the whole of this movement's own remaining century of activity, whether a crusade's own ultimate purpose was actually to recover territory by whatever means proved most effective, or to demonstrate through its own conduct a particular and uncompromising vision of what properly sanctified holy war was supposed to look like. Two goals this whole story has now shown you, across two separate crusades, pulling in two genuinely different directions. Let us walk back briefly through the whole shape of this story before we let it rest, because a night this long and this heavily built on shifting authority and shifting legitimacy deserves one clear, unhurried look back at how each piece actually connected to the next. It began with a marriage arranged to solve the very problem the Fifth Crusade's own collapse had already exposed, the absence of any lasting Western commitment to the Holy Land's own defence, a marriage that instead cost John of Brienne his own crown, and set him on a path that would eventually lead him to command an army against his own son-in-law. It continued through Frederick's own decade of delayed and finally broken crusading vows, through a genuine illness at Otranto that a new and considerably less patient pope chose to treat as unforgivable defiance, and through an excommunicated emperor's own remarkable decision to sail for the Holy Land anyway, arriving to a reception his own church back home had already poisoned before he ever set foot in Acre. It passed through a sultan managing a family crisis. This channel has already shown you nearly identical in shape to the one that had once nearly cost him his own throne, through a negotiation conducted not through distant legates and rigid demands, but through two men who had discovered, across a winter of exchanged questions about geometry and philosophy, a genuine mutual respect Pelagius and Alcamile's own far more hostile envoys had never once managed to replicate. It arrived, at its own true turning point, at a treaty that gave Frederick nearly everything Alcamile had once offered and been refused, and at a coronation performed by a man's own two hands because no priest in the whole of Christendom would lend him theirs, and it passed too through a father-in-law's own bitter revenge, an emperor's own swift reconquest of his own kingdom, and a peace with Rome negotiated only after the peace with Egypt had already been won and already begun to work exactly as intended. And it ended finally in a decade of genuinely unusual coexistence that expired precisely on schedule, in the return of Khwarezmian violence to an undefended city a quarter century after its own walls had first been deliberately torn down, and in the birth of an entirely new crusade, one this channel has already told you in an earlier story, would go on to suffer its own catastrophe on the very same riverbank where this whole cycle of offer and refusal, victory and disbelief had first truly begun. A crown left waiting, and the silence that followed it. If this story needs one single image to carry with you into sleep tonight, let it be the image this whole account has actually been circling since its very first paragraph. A crown resting on an altar in an empty half-lit church, in a city that 4 crusades had bled for, and one had finally, quietly, without a single further death, actually recovered, waiting for a hand holy enough, in the eyes of the men who mattered, to lift it, and finding in the end only the hands of the very man who had won it, alone, unblessed and unapplauded, in a silence that the church back home had chosen, deliberately and at real cost to its own crusade's own place in history, to let stand rather than break. There is something in that image, this channel thinks, worth carrying beyond the specific history of one emperor and one unusually quiet coronation, because most of us, across the ordinary and unremarkable stretch of our own lives, have known what it is to do the right and difficult thing, and receive, in return, not the applause we quietly hoped for, but a silence we did not entirely expect and could not entirely explain. A promotion that never came, a sacrifice nobody noticed, a peace we made that somebody else standing just outside the room decided did not properly count. And there is a particular and very human ache in discovering that the achievement itself was never actually the hard part, that the genuinely hard part was persuading the people who mattered to believe you had achieved anything at all. It is worth naming honestly the other side of that same lesson too, because this channel does not want to leave you tonight with the simple, bitter thought that legitimacy never actually catches up with the truth, since Frederick's own reconciliation with Gregory, however narrowly transactional its own actual terms turned out to be, did eventually arrive, and the treaty itself, whatever the Church's own discomfort with how it had been won, did hold, for the better part of a decade, exactly as intended, ordinary pilgrims praying in a city that 4 previous crusades had never actually let them reach at all. A quieter and less dramatic vindication than a triumphant coronation bells might have offered, but a real one nonetheless, the honest, unglamorous truth. This whole story leaves us with being not that doing right without being believed is worthless, but simply that the belief, when it finally does come, or fails to come at all, was never actually the measure of whether the thing itself was worth doing. It is worth sitting one final time with the particular quality of quiet, unglamorous good this whole story has actually been describing across the whole of tonight's telling, because a decade of pilgrims praying peacefully in a shared and carefully negotiated city produces no dramatic scene for a chronicler to seize upon, no single battle to commemorate, no single martyrdom to canonize, only 10,000 ordinary, unremarked mornings in which nothing terrible happened, and this channel suspects that most of the genuinely good things any of us actually manage to do across our own lives look considerably more like that same quiet, unremarked decade than like the crown and the coronation. This story opened with tonight, worth doing precisely because they hold, morning after ordinary morning, whether or not anyone ever actually notices or claps or calls it a victory at all. It is worth pausing one last time before we close on where this same city actually stands today, because Jerusalem still sits, of course, exactly where it always has, its own old city walls, rebuilt long after Frederick's own quiet coronation by later rulers who understood, as Al-Mu'azzam once had, exactly how much an undefended holy city actually cost to leave standing open, now drawing pilgrims and visitors from every faith. This story has spent tonight describing sharing custody of a single sacred hill, the Temple Mount's own arrangement of shared and carefully negotiated access, whatever violence and whatever grief the intervening 8 centuries have brought to that same contested ground. Tracing a lineage this channel finds worth naming plainly back to a single winter of exchanged questions about geometry between an excommunicated emperor and a patient, war-weary sultan. It is worth pausing too on Castel del Monte, the strange and strikingly geometric octagonal castle Frederick built in the Apulian countryside not many years after his own return from this crusade, a building whose own precise mathematical proportions several modern architectural historians read as a direct physical expression of the same fascination with geometry and natural philosophy. This story has already shown you shaping his own negotiations with Al-Kamil, a castle that still stands today, drawing visitors curious about the strange and formidably intelligent emperor who built it, a quiet monument in stone to a mind this whole crusading movement never quite decided whether to fully trust. It is worth pausing too on Damascus itself, the city this whole story has shown you two brothers fighting to reclaim from their own nephew, in the very same months Frederick and Al-Kamil sat working out the specific terms of a Jerusalem neither man had yet actually seen restored, because Damascus still stands today as one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities on earth, its own old quarters, own winding streets tracing a lineage back through the whole of this story's own Ayyubid chapter, and considerably further still, a city whose own quiet, ordinary continuity across 8 further centuries offers this channel one further, final illustration of a truth this whole crusading movement's own history keeps returning to, that the cities themselves generally outlast, by a very great margin, whichever emperor or sultan happened to be arguing over who controlled them in any given decade. It is worth pausing briefly on Naples too, the city whose own royal school Frederick founded in the years surrounding this crusade, because that same university still operates today, one of the oldest continuously functioning universities in the entire world, a direct institutional descendant of the same careful, systematic, centrally organised approach to learning and to governance. This story has shown you shaping nearly every decision of Frederick's own reign, war and peace and crusade alike. A quieter and considerably more lasting legacy than any single treaty or any single coronation, however dramatically remembered, ever managed to secure on its own. That brings us to the end of our story for tonight. Frederick himself would go on to spend the remaining 2 decades of his own reign locked in an increasingly bitter and increasingly personal conflict with the papacy, excommunicated not once more, but twice more before his own death in 1250, dying, by most surviving accounts, still formally at odds with the Church, whose own crusade he had once, however briefly and however strangely, actually won. A stupa mundi who never did manage to fully convince Rome that his own particular kind of wonder counted as holiness. Al-Kamil returned to Egypt, successfully brought Damascus back under his own family's combined control within the year, and continued to rule as the genuinely capable and genuinely respected Sultan. This channel has already described across the whole of the Fifth Crusade's own story, remembered in the surviving traditions of his own world, as a ruler who gave away a city and gained, in exchange, a full decade free to secure everything that actually mattered more, dying in his own bed in 1238, a full 6 years before the Khwarezmian sack would undo, in a single violent summer, the single quiet decade of peace his own patient diplomacy had actually managed to purchase. John of Brienne, having lost a crown to his own son-in-law and led an army against him in return, would go on, as this channel has already told you, to be crowned Latin Emperor of Constantinople in his own old age, 2 failed crusading legacies converging once more in the person of one remarkably persistent man. And the crown itself, the one this whole story began with, resting unclaimed on an altar until a single pair of unblessed hands finally lifted it, went on, within a generation, to be fought over, contested, and eventually lost again entirely. A small object that had briefly held, in one quiet church on one quiet morning, more contested meaning than nearly any other single object this whole crusading movement's own long and complicated history ever actually produced. Gregory IX himself outlived Al-Kamil by only a handful of years, dying in 1241 still locked, by that point, in an even more bitter renewal of his own long conflict with Frederick. A pope whose own considerable legal talents shaped the Church's own governing law for generations afterward, but who never did fully resolve, in his own lifetime, the deeper question this whole story has spent tonight circling, whether a victory won outside the Church's own good graces could ever really be permitted to count as one won for the Church at all. Gerald of Lausanne, the patriarch whose own interdict fell across Jerusalem on the very day of Frederick's own coronation, remained in his own office for some years afterward, his own relationship with the Crusader kingdom's own local baronage considerably warmer than his own relationship with the Emperor, whose own crusade had, in the strict and narrow sense, actually succeeded despite him. And young Conrad, the infant son whose own inherited claim to Jerusalem this story has already described his own father, governing rather more like a personal possession than a held trust, would go on to live out nearly the whole of his own short life in Germany and Italy, never once, in all his own years, actually setting foot in the kingdom whose crown he had inherited from a mother he never knew, and held in name only, until his own death at 25, a king of Jerusalem who never saw Jerusalem, closing, in his own quiet and largely unremarked way, the very same pattern of absentee royal authority. This whole story has shown you running through nearly every generation of this crown's own troubled history, a crown that had cost his own mother her own girlhood, his own grandfather his own throne, and his own father the Church's own good graces, and that gave Conrad himself, in the end, nothing at all but a title he never once saw fit, or found occasion, to actually visit. Thank you, as always, for spending this long, quiet stretch of the night here with me in this room. If tonight's story kept you company the way it was meant to, please subscribe to this channel and help us in reaching 1,000 subscribers, a small step that means more to this little corner of the internet than you probably realise. And remember that new episodes now find their way to Spotify for creators before they arrive anywhere else, if you would ever like to listen a little early. Now close your eyes, let this whole long story of crowns and quiet churches and doors finally opened. Drift gently out of reach, and let whatever is pressing on you tonight settle, just for now, into something smaller and more distant than an empire, smaller even than a single unclaimed crown. Good night and sweet dreams.